Good morning, everyone. We're day 15, and we are ready to begin the day's Community Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee meeting. Kelly, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 15th Hanford Advisory Board Community Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee meeting. Excuse me, my name is Kelly Snyder, and I'm the designated federal officer for the Hanford site. I'd like to identify a few reminders before we get started. First, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. And second, each member has a joint responsibility for ensuring that they are operating under the ground rules and discussions are conducted in a respectful manner. I appreciate everybody's attendance today, and I look forward to having a very productive meeting. I did have one short announcement before I turn it over to the subcommittee chair. Selection has been made for a deputy designated federal officer for the Hanford Advisory Board, and Jennifer Colborn will be the new DDFO, and her start date is at the end of the month, January 27th. I will still be assisting with operations of the board until Jennifer gets her feet underneath her, but she will be starting at the end of the month. So welcome to Jennifer. That's everything for me. I'll turn it over to our subcommittee chair.
A couple of administrative items before I relinquish control. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Hanford site YouTube channel. We keep attendance for these meetings in accordance with DACA, and in this facility we have a two-stage sign-in. One we have for the meeting right next to me. If you haven't signed in, please do so when you get a chance. And one for the facility. If you have not already, please sign in at the front desk and grab one of these badges. Be sure to bring these badges back when you're leaving the building. Is there anything else we need to know about this building?
Yeah, just for those in the room, in the case of something crazy happening, we have a staging area out front of the office across the road. Have an exit right there, right there. The bathrooms are down the hall and to the left before the double doors. There's a water fountain. If anybody wants to grab a snack from the vending machines, I can take you back there. You'll get special ride privileges. And I think that's all the neatest stuff I had.
All right. You're reading with it.
For lunch. You can hold on for lunch. Just make sure you return by the end of the day.
With that, I'm done. See you, Amber.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'm Amber Waldrop, Hanford Advisory Board member, and agreed to be chair of the committee, and Michelle as vice chair of the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee. So welcome everyone. Thank you for hosting us, Ryan and Department of Ecology. Let's just quickly go through just look at the agenda, and then we'll do introductions. So we are going to review upcoming public involvement activities. We're going to talk about the TPA public involvement survey distribution. Did everybody get their survey in their email? I did. So I'll have to fill that out and share it with friends. So we'll talk about the distribution strategy and how we can all help get feedback back to the TPA agencies. And then we'll take a break, and then we are going to have kind of a round robin around engagement strategies. How do we engage the members of the HAB, and what do we want to plan for this year? Happy 2025 to everyone. And then what we're going to review our favorite topic, the regional HAB meetings, but whether or not how we want to support or change and give feedback back to the agencies on those. And then any other business, and then lunch. And then can you help explain the kind of transition then between this committee and the LIDS committee?
Yeah. So after lunch, we're going to come back and do the official LIDS opening. The COE won't have adjourned by that point in time. The goal is for Chris Sutton, the issue manager for the HAB's cleanup priorities in fiscal year 27, to introduce draft advice that's in process to gather any committee specific concerns before this goes to the full board, hopefully in February. We're doing it as a joint meeting session, so that Chris only has to give the overview of the advice once each day rather than twice each day, potentially to the same audience several times.
Okay, great. So those who want to come back after lunch can do that to give feedback to Chris. Or you'll have another chance, it sounds like tomorrow, in one of the other committee meetings to give feedback to the cleanup advice. Okay. All right, well, can we do introductions? Can we start with, do you wanna start with around the room and then you can help us
Yeah.
go through our online participants? So do you wanna start over here?
Sure, I'm Mary Ann Monarchy. I'm with HMIS and I support DOE on Hanford Advisory Board activities. My name is Laura Caulfield. I am with CAPMI and I also support the Hanford Advisory Board activities.
And just a little bit more about me, I represent part of America Northwest on the Hanford Advisory Board, and I actually live in Spokane, and I'm a Spokane County Commissioner.
I'm Michelle Holt. I'm the Executive Director for the Benton Franklin Council of Governments and COE co-chair. Chandra Flores, and I have the facilitation team.
Mia Burke, I represent the Hanford Challenge on the board and also vice chair.
Ryan Miller, I'm the communications manager for Department of Ecology's Nuclear Waste Program.
I'm Dan Kelly with HMS Communications.
And I'm Ed Parsons. I represent the public at large. I'm Cooper Amigo. I'm a remedial project manager for EPA and also one of the public involvement officers for the agency.
I'm Kevin Danby. I represent Grant and Franklin County.
Susan Coleman, I represent the public at large and I'm board chair.
Sarah Williams, I'm a community outreach and environmental education specialist with Ecology.
Catherine White, the geologist, ecology.
Ben Pruitt, Ethan pronouns, community outreach and environmental education specialist with the Nuclear Waste Program at College.
Al Farabee, member of the public.
Thank you. I'm Josh Patton and I support HAB facilitation. I'm gonna go down the list on teams as I see them. I'll give you a moment to open your mic if you'd like to introduce yourself, starting with Cynthia.
Cynthia Bounds, I work for HMIS Portfolio Planning.
Dan,
Morning, Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Matt,
Matt Hendrickson, alternate member from Oregon Department of Energy.
Jane,
Jane LePage, Department of Health, Office of Radiation Protection.
Dana,
Dana McFadden, Department of Ecology.
Jesus,
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College.
Megan,
Megan Perkins, Department of Health, Office of Radiation Protection.
Tom,
Tom Cecilia, Oregon Department of Energy.
Simone,
Good morning, Simone Anter, alternate for Columbia Riverkeeper.
finally back to Kelly.
Kelly Snyder with the Department of Energy, Office of Environmental Management out of headquarters.
And that is everyone in the room and online.
Hey, great. Well, let's get started then with our first item, which is upcoming tri-party public involvement activities. And so who wants to lead that on? Ryan or?
Good.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I have printed off what we have on the Hanford.gov public involvement webpage for us to look through, and I double checked with Ryan, double checking with Dana. I don't think you have any open comment periods right now, but then you've got a few things launching. Did you want to mention those or wait until they get out here?
Sure. Dana, go ahead and share wherever we have to share.
Oh, okay. We have two upcoming, we don't have anything open right now. We have two upcoming, starting on the 27th of this month is the Permafix Northwest permit renewal. And then accompanying that is the draft supplemental EIS for the Permafix permit renewal. So those will be 45-day comment periods starting on the 27th and going through March 14th. That's the only thing that we have immediately upcoming.
Dana, and just to confirm, I believe those don't have public meetings, is that correct?
Correct. There's no public meeting scheduled at this point.
Thank you. And then if you'll turn back to this page, bottom left corner, you'll see just earlier this week on Monday, we launched a 60-day comment period on proposed changes to the Hanford Dangerous Waste Permit. And what that change would do is out at the waste treatment and mobilization plant at the low activity waste facility, they need a little extra container storage. So what they want to do is just take the existing export bay there and add it into the permit, because they already have some container storage out there, but they're going to need some extra space to stage sealed waste containers until they can actually get out and be permanently disposed of it. So that's kicked off January 13th. It's a 60-day RECRA comment period, requiring a 60-day comment period in public meeting. It kicked off Monday, January 13th. It will conclude March 14th. And the public meeting, if you care to mark your calendars, is coming right up. That will be January 29th at 5:30 p.m. in the Richland Gallery, Richland Public Library. Now, as we look further down.
But is the comment period limited to that particular change you talked about?
No, this is to comment about that particular topic. That's, and all the information is out on Hanford.gov. If you like it. And then of course, the email box, we simply request all comments be submitted in writing. Email box is open and we can submit those at any time. It's all on Hanford.gov. If you prefer to submit them on paper, you can write them up and mail them in, and the address is also online and then the press releases, public notices. And as we look next at the public events, you'll see that coming meeting on January 29th is coming right up. We're involved in the other HAB meetings above it. And we recently completed another breakfast 60-day comment period on the tank site cesium removal mechanical connections comment period. And some of you participated in that. We appreciate that very much. If we flip over to the next side, in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see under the RECRA Class 1 public notices, we have a new one. We just issued the one for winter 2025. If you'd like to take a look at that, it's posted, and that's been issued a couple of weeks ago, early in January. The big item for review, if you have spare time for your reading enjoyment, strongly recommend reading the 4 links under the future of tank waste cleanup. This is a result of more than 30 years of hard work by the agencies to come to the holistic agreement. We have the finalized agreement on the future of tank waste cleanup, the responsiveness summary, the settlement agreement on the proposed changes in control forms, and then lastly, the latest edition that you may or may not have seen yet is the final approval package of those items. So I'd like to please draw your attention to look at those things. If anyone has a problem finding these things on the website or getting to the PI webpage, please let me know. And everything else here, I think, is standard and straightforward. I don't believe anything else is new or updated. Ryan?
I believe so. Roberta, do you have anything? Nope. That's fine.
We have 2 new things coming up. I mean, not to give you a little heads up about, if we have a plan, I can give you the dates. Things won't be out in public with dates quite yet. So our next item, the pre-notice went out for this in mid-December. I believe it was December 18th. And that's for a waste incidental to reprocessing evaluation about making some more cleanup changes in the 200 West area for our tank treatment mission. So that's going to be a 90-day comment period beginning February 12th, running through May 13th. The public meeting will be February 26th at 5:30 p.m. And WRPS is still working hard to secure a location. Got a couple on hold, and we'll make sure we get that information out to you about where it will be. But we can mark those dates, Feb 12th through May 13th as the 90-dayer, and then Feb 26th for the public meeting. And the idea behind this comment period is this feedback period on the evaluation is we have the tank side cesium removal system working well in the east area of Hanford. And they want to expand it and have that be part of moving forward with the tank waste meeting into the west area. So it would really be taking Tisker in the east area, adding it to the west area. And then that aligns with what the agencies and the public have all submitted as far as moving ahead with the holistic approval. And then one you're all very familiar with and you're all priorities, 30-day comment period. We always try to have that in the same time frame each year. That this year will launch March 3rd, conclude April 4th, and then the public meeting will be March 5th, 5:30 p.m. in the Richland Public Library. And we selected that date to align with the HAB meetings you have. So hopefully we have some HAB meetings in the day and then just come join us in the gallery room at the library and make sure we have the opportunity for traveling folks to give to us. And so that's all we really have queued up, lining up there. Many things I'm sure that will take shape in this ambitious year we have ahead of us. That's all I have unless there are questions.
Questions?
I'm curious if there's an update. I saw the draft, focused feasibility study and proposed plan for 324 buildings. Is there any update on when, the comment period for that final proposed plan will occur?
Yes.
Any better idea?
The latest I have that's in our planning is summer to fall of 2025. But either Borvin or somebody with CPC code might be joining us on the line. I'm not sure. Is there someone from CPC code to confirm that?
And my other question is, Rev 9, is there any update on that one?
We're still looking at early this year, still on track. The staff are still working on kind of, wrapping up the different unit groups and permitting stuff. Once we get an idea of a specific date, we'll make sure we update and brief the board. So we'll continue to kind of try and bring as much updates as we can to the committees and the full board as we can. But I don't have a specific date right now since we're still working on the documents, but hopefully soon.
Can you remind me how far in advance you were thinking of putting the public notices out?
Yeah, I think, I know the standard advanced public notice we do is 30 days, but I think if it's possible, we're gonna try and do further out than that. We're gonna try and do a couple advance notices, just because how big it is. So I think we're gonna try and do a shorter one, so like a 2-week advance notice, like a 30-day advance notice. And I think we're gonna try and do a 60-day advance notice. If not 60 days, we'll still try and give as far out of a notice as we can, but that's what we were initially planning to do. It just depends on once we're able to, confirm the dates and how far the dates are, but that was everything.
Great, thank you.
But just for those who might not know what Rev 9 is.
Yes, thank you. It's the Hanford site-wide permit, which has got revision 9. It's been it's one of the oldest Resource Conservation Recovery Act permits in the state. It essentially covers like all of the facilities, groups, items, things out at the Hanford site that are kind of under Ecology's Resource Conservation Recovery Act authority, essentially. It doesn't include, some things like EPA's kind of CERCLA lead and some other items that basically all the stuff out at the Hanford site that we kind of covered for the most part.
What's the additional scope?
What do you mean additional scope?
Well, we're adding scope to the permits. What are the main areas that it's being adjusted?
Well, we're updating the permit, to update all the unit groups that are still in it. Accordingly, we'll have to update the permit for facilities that have been closed out. If my understanding is correct, I think the Rev 9 is going to be adding, this is where I'll see if I had the permitting staff that had more of an answer, but I think we've also got, I think WTP is in the existing one, and then we've got, I think the tank systems are going to be added. So SSTs, DS, single shell tanks, double shell tanks. I don't have the exact list off the top of my head. I know that if you guys go back to the meeting notes from the August committee, the whole, Annette Carlson did a really great presentation. You can go see a copy of the slides, and it's got all of that information with all of the unit groups and all that fun stuff on it. So rather than me trying to just blab right here, I'm gonna point you guys to that slideshow. It got it all listed out on it.
So nothing's changed?
No, a lot's changed.
No, nothing's changed from this presentation.
Oh, yeah, nothing major that's changed since then, yeah.
That was months ago.
Yeah, last year.
Any other questions on that? So the cleanup priorities, you said that is the month, basically March 3rd to April 4th. That's when the comment period is on cleanup priorities, and then the 5th will be the public meeting, so that lines up with our committee meetings for that month. Okay.
Yeah, and a fun note about that is we reserved the Richland Library conference rooms A and B, so you can enjoy that facility from sun up to sundown.
Great. Do they do anything fun in the evening at the public library? I don't know. Okay.
I did receive a text from Dieter Borman, so he is listening. He just didn't have a microphone available to him. And he did confirm that they're planning on summer fall, so. Thank you,
For
Dieter.
the 324.
324. Thank you. That's it. Stood right in. Also, I think it's worth noting obviously the WTP law container comment period is active. But for the two that are coming up, the rear and the cleanup priorities, those dates are tentative because we have big administration change coming up, the inauguration on the 20th. We think that's when they're going to go, but those things could move. So I just want to make sure you have dates, tentative dates available, but I wouldn't be surprised if they needed to move. So we'll try to stick with this if possible.
So I had a question on the announcement that came out. The finalizing the agreement on the future of tank waste cleanup. So in the announcement, in response to comments received, USDOE has agreed to hold a 30-day review and comment period associated with the proposed plan for retrieving, grouting, and transporting some of Hanford's low activity waste for out-of-state disposal. So it says in the press announcement, the USDOE led 30-day comment period on the draft NEPA supplemental analysis is anticipated to begin later this year.
Yes.
Because we discussed that at our last co-meeting
Yes.
in October. And so you're looking at like third to fourth quarter to have a 30-day comment period then on the supplemental analysis, or are you gonna have a comment period to get input before you develop the supplemental analysis?
No, the comment period is tentatively now, and then again, administrative change, lots of unknowns. This may be ambitious, but I think everyone seems happy with moving ahead with the tank treatment mission. And so our tentative date for that is to do that NEPA supplement analysis 30-day or as early as March. And so that input will be.
To get the input before you develop the supplemental.
Yeah.
Analysis. It was confusing, and if you read the PDF document, it talks about having a comment period now, but then having the analysis come out at the end of the year. So is it a scoping comment period to get comments from the community about what you should be looking at in the supplemental NEPA analysis? I was confused about that.
I will double check with this, and I don't want to cause any confusion, but my understanding is that with our ambitious thought of hopefully going with this in March, but it might be later in the year based on a lot of things that we might not know now. There'll be a draft supplement analysis. The public will comment on the draft. Then the
final will be done by the end of the year.
Will contribute to the final, very much like the holistic agreement. There was a 90-day comment period on the holistic agreement. The public input was heavily considered, and then the documents were finalized. So I think the NEPA supplement analysis will follow that same path. I'll double check on that when I get back, and if there's anything different, I'll make sure we get that out to you in some kind of notice. Because we couldn't hold a 30-day comment period without something for you to review.
Right.
That was drafted again. So,
okay.
Is that Brian? Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, just to offer some further clarity, the end of year kind of date that you mentioned, that's the milestone deadline for USDOE's decision on the grouting location of the waste. So if they're gonna grout it at the Hanford site, near the Hanford site, off the Hanford site. So that's the deadline or milestone that was pushed back to the end of this year specifically. And Dan kind of talked a little bit about what the comment period specifically covers, which was the NEPA.
So the analysis will look at what would be the implications of grouting it. It will take that in consideration, like what are the risks associated with grouting here for offsite.
That's why I would defer to DOE. I don't want to speak for DOE since the comment period.
I haven't seen the draft yet, but that's an understanding. And then Roberto, did you have any other thoughts or additions?
Not for this matter.
Okay, it would be great just to get follow-up on that, but I realize everything's kind of in flux as we have a new administration next week, and so things could adjust and, but it's good to know that that's what the current thinking is.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. And I'd be happy to tell you more. I haven't seen the draft. And so that's where I don't want to overspeak and overstate, because when things are still taking shape, if I tell you something that I'm guessing, it might not be what actually manifests.
Any other questions about upcoming public involvement opportunities? Well, it sounds like our HAB advice on cleanup priorities in February then would be really good timing to present and share with DOE during that March cleanup priorities timeframe for feedback, right? Was that how we were timing it? Or I don't know.
Chris is the issue manager. He's not here to speak on that, but that was his goal.
Yes. All right.
Kelly, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to provide some clarification on when the HAB's fiscal year 27 priorities are needed. That was one of the things that was discussed last week during the issue management meeting, and DOE would like to have the HAB's priorities recommendation during the February meeting. If we wait until May, it'll be too late. We want to make sure that we have that information so it can be included in discussions and considerations.
Their feedback today or tomorrow during one of the committee meetings, and hopefully we can take action in February.
That's the plan.
All right. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we can move on to the next item, which is the Tri-Party Agency Public Involvement Survey distribution. So I got mine in my email. Ryan, why don't you talk to us about how you've been distributing the survey, what are your goals, and then maybe we can have some discussion about suggestions of how we can share that out and get more input from as many community members, leaders in the community as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll preface, I'm just going to do a little bit of an introduction and kick it over to Sarah, who's our lead on the survey. She's done a super amazing job. So I know the saga continues. I've come and talked to the HAB, I think almost every committee meeting about some different aspects of the survey, whether it was looking at the results, looking at the surveys, we draft a new one, looking at the questions on distribution stuff. So this go around, we just issued our TPA, our annual TPA public involvement survey on Monday this week. And for those that may be unfamiliar, the Tri-Party Agreement Public Involvement Survey is a survey that Ecology puts out on an annual basis to get feedback from the public on all three TPA agencies' public involvement communications for the previous calendar year. So Ecology, we conduct the survey on behalf of the TPA agencies. And then once the survey concludes every year, we take those results and kind of we analyze them and we draft a kind of a public involvement summary where we summarize the public involvement activities over the previous year. And then we also provide a summary of the survey results and then provide the survey results themselves. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Sarah though, and she can talk about distribution and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure you left me a whole lot there. You kind of covered a lot. Yes, so the survey just opened Monday. It's open until the 12th of February. And I do have a couple of slides that I've provided that kind of give an overview of the people we've been distributing it to. I don't know. It's a huge list right now, and I'm still adding to it each day. This is more than I said on Monday, and there's going to be even more by the end of the week. I apologize if somebody in this room got 2 of them. If you've got like your regular survey email and one from me personally, I just really want you to take it. You know? Really want you to take it. Really want you to spread it around to your friends and everyone you know. As you can see from the list, we're trying to hit everyone in the area, statewide, anyone who may know anything or nothing about Hanford. Really just trying to gauge how well we're doing in general. The questions on the survey itself are pretty much the same as last year. I think there's just a couple of rewordings, just to kind of keep it a little more up to date. And then, yeah, once it closes on the 12th, we'll start analyzing it and getting that summary ready.
There's also changed the multilingual part of it. Do you want to talk about?
Oh,
that?
yeah. So last year there were 2 surveys. There was an English survey and a Spanish survey. This year it's all in one. And the person taking the survey can choose between English and Spanish without having to do a second survey. Hopefully this helps us get greater numbers this time. If they can just one QR code, we don't have to worry about having 2 different ones, so. And if there's any suggestions on who else to send this to, please let me know.
If I may ask a question.
Yeah.
If an individual in the public wants to participate in this survey, is there a mechanism for them to do that?
Okay, so we are planning to take it to some of the events that we're doing during the open period. We're heading to the Sportsman Show next weekend, and we'll be taking the QR code with us there. We'll be taking the iPad so that anyone coming by who has absolutely no idea about the survey will be able to get that information and take it there, or take the QR code and take it later. Open suggestions, other ideas.
And one clarification too is that it is a public survey, so we're trying to get the public to take the survey. So yes, as part of the distribution, we're trying to share it as broadly as we can so members of the public do see it. So in addition to Sarah's list, which I think it might be on the second slide, Josh, but we did also issue like a news announcement and some other kind of more public, like we shared, it's the Hanford information distribution list and some of those channels.
Trying to hit the little like newsletters and things within different environmentally focused groups as well within the Tri-City. So you'll see a bunch of those up there too.
That's a really good list. I'm assuming a lot of these organizations have their own lists that it can be shared.
That's the hope, yeah, is that they have their own kind of distribution list to help share it with.
Did you have the libraries on there?
Yeah, there's a ton of libraries on there.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Other especially. Well, what I could do is work with you on trying to get it attached to some of the major distribution.
Okay.
Like in this, in Spokane, the city of Spokane has a very large weekly email distribution as well as the library system.
That'd be great.
Those are kind of like where you get the most just average people who pay their utility bill and go to the library and, hopefully pay their utility bill, but just, not necessarily really, who may be able to give you pretty good feedback about what they know about Hanford or what they've heard or what they would like to know more about. So anyway, I can follow up with you and we
That'd be
can
great.
get that out to a couple different lists in Spokane.
Appreciate it.
What about some of the other places along the Columbia River or other communities?
Yeah, I've tried to pick a lot of little groups and cities that follow around the river and I think you'll see like some Oregon places in there. You might see a couple of little Idaho places over near Walla Walla as well. So really tried to hit anything I could think of, but I'm pretty new to the area. I've only lived here 2 years, so any help on anything else is very much appreciated.
Yeah, and this list is far more broad than what we distributed to last year too. So yeah, just kudos there. It's expanded like 10 times as big as last year's distribution was. So.
Michelle, we're gonna lean over that.
Thank you. Go hard or go home.
Michelle's got the survey on the phone. I'm looking. Michelle, I need a bigger screen like Michelle.
I'll do
Yeah.
If you'd like to read it from across the
I've got the same size phone.
That's a good time.
Still fit in your pocket though.
Yeah.
That's So I was just gonna ask, since you're so involved in local government here and other, do you have any other suggestions or ideas of ways to, what's the time frame for this that you guys are trying to get the input?
Yeah, it's open until the 12th of February.
Okay. Kind of a tough time of the year just because people are inside, there's not a lot of activities, community activities.
But it's a great time to take a survey.
Yeah. You have nothing else to do.
Yeah, I think that the only one that we've maybe talked about a little bit is that, these are the usual suspect organizations for you're a government, you're an educational institution, you know, some of those. And the one that I don't see where you get a really good cross section is some of the service organizations, you know, your Rotary clubs, your Kiwanis, any of those, they're generally always either looking for somebody to come and talk about something, or they've got a really good email or social media distribution. And I think you get just a different layer of folks that maybe are not associated with some of the other organizations. I mean, I see you've got like the chambers of commerce and some of those newcomers is on there, which newcomers is great because you do get those people that are new to the community connecting there.
The Kiwanis Rotary Lions, that's a really good suggestion. So thank you.
Yeah.
I second that. Just a couple that you might consider would be, the realtor organizations. Well, there's one to be, the banking. Okay, because there's a lot of banking, and then the other is financial planning.
Great, thank you.
So may I ask another question? What is your response? What's your feedback? Is it like 30% response, 90%? And what's the stack that you get that says these are our comments?
Great question. So currently there's 18 responses.
Is that right?
But it's only been out a few days. And again, a lot of these, I'm asking them to put it on their like weekly and monthly distribution list. So I'm expecting the number to pick up next week and the week after. But I mean, the overall goal, I think last year's was about 220. I personally would love to get 400, and I'll do my best to try that. And I think 400 out of ideally 2,000 people who might see it. I don't think that's too bad.
So at our October meeting, we did review the survey responses from last year, and we had a discussion about how the agencies are using the information to hopefully make notices easier to understand, information more accessible. So it gives you a glimpse into kind of what are the things that maybe the tri-parties are doing well, and where are the areas that you could improve upon. I mean, is that fair, Ryan?
Yeah, that's fairly fair. And Sarah could provide a high level description of maybe some of the general questions, but like she said, it's fairly similar to last year. And there's a mixture of like free responses where you can provide like, specific thoughts and feedback on things. And then there's other areas that are kind of option answers, like where do you get your information? Are materials easy to understand, that kind of a thing. Yeah, that helps at all. And then from last year's survey, just for awareness, out of the people that took the survey, I believe a vast majority actually took the full survey. How many questions are on this year's survey, Sarah? And this is maybe like the max questions if people.
Yeah, the max questions, if you don't use any of the skip logic, is about 23. There's only like 3 that are required, and those are the ones like we're trying to pull, like where do you live from, like zip codes and stuff like that. It's almost all optional, but yeah, the questions are like did you attend any public meetings? Did you provide any public comment? Do you have suggestions on what would make attending meetings easier for you or easier to understand? Did you request any kind of like accessibility? Did you see any stuff like that?
We had some lessons learned from the last survey on how to ask the questions and find the right answers or them to answer. Have we incorporated those into this new survey?
Oh yeah, we went around for several months on how to word the questions on that. And I believe that they are very easy to understand. Some of them, if we felt that anyone may not understand, we've provided like little examples to it just to kind of help make sure that but we really struggled over that over that a little bit, just to make sure everyone was kind of happy with the wording on that. So.
Yeah, I do know one specific topic that we discussed at the October meeting was about like adding like a some kind of question about, do identify like an environmental justice community or something like that. We talked a lot about that, the agency season with ourselves about putting a question in like that. And if we put just one question in, we were kind of realizing that it's still a term a lot of people aren't familiar with. We wanted to give it its kind of due kind of justice in times and because in a way that's meaningful. So I think what some ideas we discussed was seeing if so this specific survey doesn't have a question about like environmental justice, but we did have a discussion about doing like a dedicated survey or project, later this year that's just by itself, just on that topic. That way we can kind of give it the the due diligence it needs, or to be able to spend some more time and see if we can find a way to put it meaningfully in the survey that also doesn't expand the survey to like double the size of it for the next go around. So that's still something that we're still discussing.
Any other thoughts on who needs to proceed? Oh, go ahead, Roberta.
Another idea, for all of us collectively is if we happen to have any contact with any of the people that are listed or just local businesses, to just gently remind them that the survey's out and please fill out the survey.
Tell your cashier.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
I think you guys have done a great job, and I don't know how else you would do it, but it's, to me, when I first see this list, it's organizational based. And I don't know how, if we even should reach below that and broader than just these organizations. Somehow for the general public to, as an individual, my next door neighbor, I talk to them all the time, and I drive them crazy, like, well, what do you think this, what do you think that? But they don't know, so this is a way to participate. And another thing that I think about this is call it an instructional class about how to, why to. I mean, you just get the survey and you go, well, I've got 6 pieces of mail in today, that one goes to the trash then. So the importance and what's really important is somebody that has some meaningful things. So you do this as an individual or organization. What does that mean to them? So try and get a better environment for these to go out and for people to bring those back in. I mean, I talk to 10 or 12 people probably a month about, hey, what do you think, what's going on? They have no idea. Why? And their question is, why should I? It doesn't make any difference. That's my 2 cents.
You have health clubs on that list too.
Everyone watching.
I know, when everyone's doing their New Year's resolutions, and they're walking when they're walking on their treadmill, they can just click on that QR code.
That's right.
And take the survey.
So many more people to send to now.
Maybe if we can get them to bring it up on the screen.
Yeah, I know, I'm just hungry.
You can't get off the treadmill
Until you finish it, yeah.
Exactly.
The faster you run, the easier the questions look.
Well, I like your energy,
Thank you.
You're trying to like double the amount of responses, but you're working on it. And I think it's all like, it's really our responsibility too, though, like to, as HAB members, to be able to just share with our networks and encourage folks. And that's why we're all on the Hanford Advisory Board. We're all representing different constituencies. And so we want to make sure they know about the survey and need to help out.
And I think I'll offer up to what you were just saying, the Amber, is that I think last year when we distributed the survey, we had a couple of HAB members that did distribute it to some of their lists and stuff. And I think that was one of the reasons we had a really nice big boost in some of our responses last year. So your guys' help really does help us. So if you could share it with your constituencies, with your neighbors, with people that would be beyond helpful, and we're very appreciative.
Okay. Any other feedback?
I do have
Suggestion. Can you hear me? The Nevada Site Specific Advisory Board, the sister board on the SSAB, did a survey many years ago, but one of the ways that they got input was they worked with local libraries to set up laptops that are available in the library. So somebody, as they are going around the library, could actually do the survey while they were there online, and they received a lot of input that way, and that got a broad section of people that would attend the library for various reasons. So I don't know if that's been considered, but having kiosks available in public space, public spaces may not be feasible for this year, but for future years.
Thank you, Kelly.
Is there an easy way, do you have something already set up for social media so that you could just share a quick image and a couple, links to the survey?
Yeah, I think, we should have had that posted on Monday, and then it gets posted at least once a week, and then twice the last week,
So on go to the ecologies.
Yeah, the Ecology Hanford Facebook page, then it was also posted from there to the main Ecology Facebook, and then on our Twitter/X page.
When you send these out, I'm sorry.
You're good.
When you send these out to different organizations, you give them instructions like some organization, I don't know, I don't receive one, but like we're wanting one response from an organization or, hey, it's okay to distribute it. Each individual can return that.
Yeah, so, the emails I send out, first they ask like, will you take the survey? And then will you please share with anyone you think, that you could reach and stuff, so, yeah. I mean, we should.
So, an experience I had this winter, we made sandwiches for the Salvation Army and we did some volunteer work. And talking with the other volunteers there, and I mentioned that, especially to the realtor folks, that the government has signed a contract for $10 billion for 10 years to be spent on this site. Yeah, what? And it's just an amazing amount of money being spent on the site in these contracts that people have no clue of. And it invites them to pay more attention when they realize that this is a big job. And I think a lot of people just don't see the Hanford side as a big deal. Until we start hearing about the money.
And I'll follow one with that. All the people I talk to, there's one consistent thing, too much money.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Like that.
Yeah, because they think it's not being spent right. If they knew they were getting value for what they're getting, then I think we get a different attitude. But
Yeah, there's nothing, who needs to receive this?
Not who needs to receive, but as I was looking for the social media post, I cruised past it 3 times. Before, specifically looking for the survey, just because the graphics got a turkey when it was right after, or, right around a website or a photo that had a snake on it. I'm like, no, I'm looking for a survey. So maybe looking at the social media posts that really bold in the actual top that says, we need your feed, something like, yes, call me to action. Versus, it's half of a sentence before you see involvement annual survey. It's like, so
Yeah, absolutely.
that might help. And then on that same point too would be for the Hanford Advisory Board, or when you're sending the survey out to folks, if you have an actual graphic and a call to action that you can attach to those messages when you're sending it out to make it easy for them to repost on their social media rather than having to go and find your post and are we following you? Can we reshare versus just being able to upload a graphic and send it out with a QR code or a link?
I think that's what we can probably do. We could, Sarah and I, Grisel can get together, like maybe an updated graphic and like maybe some text for a post, and we can share it with the HAB distribution list or this committee's distribution list.
And I would say even when you're sending out requests to some of these other groups, if the goal is to have them share it with their populations, make it easy for them to share it with their populations.
Yeah, I agree. I had to kind of scroll down to see what it was. So we need your input. Public involvement survey now open. And then you can give more detail or something after that, but have that link real high. Yeah. Yeah, the turkey, I don't know.
It's turkey's cute, but didn't get my attention.
I was like, how's that related? Yeah, okay.
So, funny, just spitballing here, thinking we may not even be able to do it, but what if there was some incentivized reason to engage? Gift certificate at some restaurant or something, we're gonna draw one name or something, but the positive, it had something positive, like, thank you very much, you're a good citizen. But someone says, hey, if you take the time and effort, there's a chance you're gonna be rewarded. I don't know if we can do that.
Give me Ryan to.
But I just.
The dinner with Brian Vance.
So, I mean, the state has recently started some community compensation kind of guidelines, and I think we're still diving into what exactly we can do and what we can't do. So it's something maybe we can't do for this go around, especially since we already started the survey. We don't have ways to contact people that took it, but it's something maybe we might want to look at for the next go around to see if there's anything we could do. But
Like a drawing, because I know
Yeah.
there's probably some state rules around.
yeah. So I know there are these new, community compensation guidelines, and some other of our agencies have been starting to use them, and we're just starting to explore again, what can we do, what can't we do without, breaking rules and things. So that's something that we'll definitely look at, though. That's a great suggestion.
All right, anybody else online? No. Good suggestions, good feedback. All right, so do we want to keep going or take a break since we're a little bit ahead of schedule?
I was going to ask you that same question, but 10 minutes ahead of the agenda.
We need a little break to get up and just stretch. Okay, let's do that. Let's take a little bio break. And what time do we want to come back then?
Would you do close to 15 minutes, return at 9:20?
9:20.
Everyone had a break. Break to begin discussions on HAB member engagement.
But I mean, well, between it, everybody ready to start again? Yes, speak up, John. Okay, all right, well, let's get back into our meeting and this was a suggestion that had come up a couple times, and that is looking at ways that we can engage our Hanford Advisory Board members, especially our new members that joined the Hanford Advisory Board this fall. We've had lots of different conversations about what do we do in terms of icebreakers at meetings? What do we do with maybe having a casual meetup before or after a meeting to be able to get to know people better? We've tried some different things. We've gotten some different feedback from board members. Well, that worked or that didn't work. And I know, like Maya, you've done a great job of just like saying, hey, folks, let's get together after just an informal gathering, not necessarily a formal part of the HAB agenda. So I just want to open it up and have a little conversation as we enter 2025. We've got a February board meeting. We've got, okay, what's the next one? May.
Yeah, and look beyond that.
Yeah. We got at least 4 board meetings, right? During the year.
Yes.
And we have committee meetings in between. So we wanted to have a conversation about what would be some of the ways we could engage board members, get to know board members, especially the new members who are coming on and may not know anybody else on the board. They may be getting up to speed on what's going on with Hanford Cleanup. So what are some ways that we can get to know each other better so we can build trust and collaboration amongst the board members? And especially get new members involved in the committees and in the dialogue around our, especially the cleanup priorities seem like a great opportunity to get new members involved. So anyway, I will just, if anyone wants to start with some ideas or what we did last year and what worked, it maybe I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna say, I really thought that we did some kind of round robin conversations where everybody got a chance to speak during a Hanford Advisory Board meeting on a certain topic and give their opinions or share a little bit more about where they were coming from or what they'd like to see out of the HAB. And I thought some of those were really were good because it really made sure everyone got a chance to speak around the table, especially our shy folks that don't say a lot. So we want to make sure we give those opportunities, I think, but they need to be like a meaningful topic or a meaningful thing for folks to be able to weigh in on. So that I just wanted to comment that I thought our chair did a great job with that in the last year of creating those opportunities for dialogue that aren't always just about a particular, agenda item. So I think we should continue doing that, but think about what are the topics or questions that would really help us get to know each other and collaborate better.
I totally agree. That actually came from Brian Moreno, who was for a brief period of time one of our new members. The objective was to do just that, for people to get to know each other and have a conversation among us. What I started getting a little concerned about is that it started turning into a dialogue between agencies and us. What do we want them to do or care about? And that wasn't the original purpose of it. I think that both constructs are appropriate in their own situation. But yeah, it's supposed to, when it's the give and take and learning about each other, and talking about the things that concern us.
I'm trying to think of the question that we discussed in Spokane. It was, I think we all had to pick like our top priority.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That one was good.
that was a good dialogue.
That was a good stuff. It was, but it was good because it was what concerns us. And we kept it free flowing enough that it was a very valuable conversation. Because we found out an awful lot of us think and feel and are concerned about the same issues.
Give the thoughts in the round robin during full board meetings.
Yeah, I do. I really appreciate our sounding boards. And at the very first of the first 2-day meeting, we could do a sounding board on, if you want a specific subject, pick it, whatever the subject meeting is, or a general topic, but essentially have go around the table and people introduce themselves. They
Okay, let me make sure I'm hearing you correctly. And what I'm hearing is that basically you're using what we were referring to as the round robin question. You're calling it a sounding board.
Okay, round robin.
So I just want to make sure that that you're not talking about something completely different.
But I particularly like the sounding boards is because the notes were transcribed. That's what I saw a difference.
Well, Chandra, correct me if I'm wrong, but the discussion is recorded and it is added into the minutes.
Okay.
So we do have a record of the discussion.
Oh, and that's really
in both parts.
Right, and if it's oriented towards a subject or a current topic, or, I mean, every time we have a meeting, there's something that happened in the previous month that's new on the site. We could be talking about that, talking about the TV, I could be talking about anything that we see. I think that's a good thing. And I think doing it at the beginning of the meeting gives people a perspective of what other people think.
Because, all right, as part of that round robin question.
Early in the.
Early on.
Yeah.
And the sounding board, for those that are new, is a construct that the HAB has had institutionally for a long time. And it's a singular topic. I'm going to say route, I'm going to throw it out there, that we know we cannot come to consensus on advice, but we have concerns. We have things that are positive, negative, whatever. And we go around the table and it's a structured process where we go around and as a separate activity that we express our concerns or, positive, negatives, whatever. And that becomes a kind of an attachment to the minutes. It's a formal product that documents what we think. And that's for all the seats. Becky, do I have that correct? You're one of the long-termers in the room. And some other things. So you've been through it before.
There you go. Welcome, Becky. Did you want to introduce yourself? Just, we did introductions earlier, so.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. I'm Rebecca Holland and I chair the LIDS committee and I represent the Hanford Atomic Trades Council.
And you joined us after we did introductions too. Do you want to?
Yeah, well, I'm Charles Presley. I'm representing the League of Women Voters. Been on the board, it's my second year.
Thank you. Okay. So one thought that came to mind when we were just talking about this, what if we were to engage, so we have tried to do little HAB internal surveys. Sometimes they've gone well, sometimes they haven't. But would there be a way at the February meeting to maybe have people generate some of the round robin questions that they'd like to have for the year, and then we could either vote on them or, you know, or just have people generate them. Anyway, I think it would be great to get some of the new members to be able to say, because they may have some questions that we haven't thought of, or topics that are some basic stuff that maybe that we wouldn't think of. So I was just thinking maybe we could, if there's a way to engage, have members about what would be those round robin questions that would be most interesting to you. We could even do a little survey and have people rank, you know, but I think the more we can get people interacting around choosing what they want to discuss, then more people are going to come to the meeting and participate because they feel like they had a say in, you know, some of those, whether it's a sounding board or a round robin conversation. So anyway, just a thought, as we're going around and getting ideas about how we can engage, maybe at the February meeting is a good way to get some of that feedback so that then we can set those up for the rest of the year.
I do. So this goes to the Senate, been on the board for quite a while. So back when Todd Martin was the chair of this board, we used to do a lot of really fun things. I mean, we did Twister one year too, and I can't remember what it was all centered around, but it was actually kind of fun. But I remember one thing that we did that got everybody engaged, and maybe we could challenge each of the committees to maybe have something. We did like little parking lot things, like each committee had, okay, this is what our committee does. What are the questions, or what are you most interested in what this committee is actually covering? And then you would spend maybe 10, 15 minutes there, or whatever amount of time you wanted to allot. And then we had like, you know, the boards, and we had those sticky notes, like, you know, questions that you would have for the committees. And say, you know, because I know everybody does go to all the different committees. And then, so topics, you know, maybe you have a question about it, maybe you have a suggestion about, oh, hey, I think maybe your committee should look into this, or, you know, what would be a priority for that committee? And then you just go from one to the next one, you know, you get your little hourglass or whatever. Okay, move on to the next one. And then you have all these ideas and topics or questions that each of the committee could talk about, and then it would all be actually recorded as well. So, you know, it can be put into the notes and then into the minutes. So, but it gets people talking about, okay, well, I don't go to that committee meeting. What do you guys talk about? You know, what are your priorities there, or what do you guys for the next year? What are you going to be talking about? Maybe I want to come to your committee.
That might be really good for the work planning, right? That if we do that when do we do that? That's in the fall. We usually kind of plan for the work plan for each.
The leadership workshop is.
And that August or something. That's the current process for the work plan is that the agencies come to us and say, here's the draft work plan. What do you think?
It's not honest.
But it's not it has not been for the last few years. As collaborative in that way. It's been more, here's what we think you guys should work on. And then we may massage it a bit, and then we take it to the full board to massage it a bit more. But it doesn't lend, it has not worked that way.
But
I don't say it can't be.
But I like the idea of having like breakouts during meetings when it's appropriate and letting people have like small group conversations. Like those are all good ways to engage people at a deeper level during a meeting when it's appropriate. Welcome, Pam. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? We're on HAB Member Engagement is our topic.
Okay. Hi, I'm Pam Larson. I represent Benton County on the HAB. And I'm on a different time zone. We just got in, so I'm sorry. Yeah.
Maybe Pam remembers. Remember when we played Twister? At the happy, what was it? I can't remember what it was all centered around or why, but I was sharing that that's really fun thing. Actually played Twister.
We're really good at brainstorming, but you know, as Susan said, that's not welcoming.
So I'd like to go back, circle back to one of your open statements about something a little more socialization, off mic, off camera, somewhere else, where it's always, you know, to build that foundation of trust, you have to get to know the other people. And I realize some people are kind of shy about that. I'm not.
We know that you drive your neighbor crazy across the fence.
I do.
Stuff.
So, but the idea of interacting in a manner that is not strongly tied to the HAB, where we can sit down and like, well, I know she used to be an ex-chef. I want to hear more about that, you know, and where you can get people to converse in a manner that we have a better understanding of who each individual is. And I don't think we want to do that on camera. I think we're going to try and do something social area. Yes.
I would add to that as a potential instigation, which we did at a leadership planning activity. And but we haven't necessarily done that I recall at an open board meeting. But I think at the leadership session, you had everybody draw a coin, and then you had to share something meaningful that happened in your life in that year. And it's like you said, it was just one little kernel of information from all of those people, so that when you do have a break, or you do have lunch, or you do go to dinner, it sparks enough personal connection that you want to maybe follow up with those conversations. Along those same lines too, if there's anything that we can do to help spark those connections, you know, we take long breaks for lunch. If we could either figure out a way to, you know, do we one of the meetings for the year, or figure out how to do a no host, but you cater in kind of a lunch so that everybody can sit and actually off camera break of the meeting, but just sit and talk together, rather than everybody just trying to figure out either, oh, okay, we've got a break, I gotta get online with my office, or you sit down with the same people you talk to every time you get together at a HAB meeting and then come back for the meeting. Again, I know that that the folks who come out of state do a really good job of trying to get folks together for a dinner or something afterwards. But I think the more you can closely associate it to the meeting itself, 30 minutes before, encourage people to come and have coffee and network a little bit before the meeting starts, during the lunch when you know they have to come right back. Because I am one of those people that by the time the end of the meeting is over, I'm off to do other things. I feel bad for people who came in from out of town and they, you know, they have time to fill and they still need to do that. But it's a hard habit to break when you can just go home and do it.
Well, and that was one of the things that I was gonna ask, is the locals. it is very easy to just simply say, okay, I'm maxed out, or I've got to go back to my job, or I'm going home because I have the husband and kids and everything. So it's the, how do you, in what way works for you guys to kind of bridge the connections? You know, it's, yeah, you're right, it's easy for the people that travel into town that, you know, they can get together in the evening because they don't have those demands in the same way. Yes, Rob?
I do think that we had total success on our new member orientation breakout sessions. That was really good. We had a lot of conversations with people had no idea. I think that's a good meeting. I think the other really good meeting is when Brian issues the new 5-year plan. I think that's so important for us. That's the time that we should have some of these where we can talk relative about the various activities in front of us. So I think that, you know, organizing something like this in the fall, it's great. Let's do it.
How about instead of an hour and a half for lunch, 2-hour lunch, say about 3:30, and take that 2 hour and arrange a very simple, we're all gonna meet at Starbucks or something like that, reserve an area for us so we can sit down, turn the phones off and just talk. Several tables. Open long lunch.
I like the idea of the ordering, like, sometimes like a big group can take, you know, it's a lot to go to a big restaurant with a lot of people. But I like the idea of, it seems like we're just gonna have to, as the HAB, take it upon ourselves to, because none of this would be, all this would be kind of in between, right? It'd be like a lunch or an after meeting get together, or before meeting, the evening before a meeting get together. I did remember that you organized a little get together of folks the evening before we had a meeting. And we had a lot of locals there. I mean, you've organized several, but I'm thinking of the one, where's the restaurant on the river? Lulu's? No, the Fable, the bar and grill, no,
Oh, rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake.
Yeah, I just remember that it was a pretty even mix of people from out of town and then locals. So I mean, I think it's not everyone's gonna be able to attend everything, but maybe we could set a goal of at each meeting, we're gonna have a casual meetup opportunity, either have lunch, ordered in, like have, box lunches that people sit around and relax and they can get into informal groups and tables and chat. Or, a night before, get together. I mean, really, you can just go for a half an hour if you wanted and have, or you could stay for an hour and a half and have dinner and chat longer. But even the coffee idea, like, okay, maybe we start the meeting at 9:30, but we have an optional meet and greet with coffee and pastries and some sort of activity, before the meeting starts. So I think what you're getting at is what works best for everybody, and it's never gonna be perfect for everybody, but we could try one at each meeting this year and see how it goes. But I think it's gonna be on us, not the tri-parties, right? To kind of organize that, and maybe we could find a point for 2 people for each board meeting that would take the lead on finding a location, figuring out the food or coffee or whatever. I don't know. What do you think?
That sounds like a great idea. So it moves around. It's not always me who's doing a wonderful job, but it doesn't always have to be.
You always find good places.
She does.
Thank you.
Mine, Tom, they have some thoughts on this too.
Hi, everybody. So, I always want to make the HAB fun again. We sort of have a lot of work to do, and if you don't have some laughs during it, it gets burdensome. I do think that the idea of longer lunches has some legs, but at the same time, we don't have enough time when we only have half-day committee meetings to get through the stuff we need to get through. So I think that we would need longer committee days if we were having longer lunches. And then for the practical, I am traveling in this evening, so if anyone has dinner plans, I'd be interested in having some dinner.
So when we used to meet at the Hanford House, it was really easy at the end of the meeting to go to the bar.
Right.
It was very convenient. So those that are traveling in now, does Healy arrange rooms for you someplace? Are you on your own to pick a hotel?
It's up to us. Yeah, we're given a dollar amount, you just pick your hotel. Yeah, but what you're pointing out is it was kind of facilitated to have, there was a food option and a drink option, and those who were out of town used to mostly stay at the hotel where we'd have the meeting.
Yeah.
So that made it convenient.
And most of us still stay at the Hanford House.
Meeting and the bar in the same location, you just basically walk from the meeting room over to the bar. And then you can move on to dinner and everything, but you can continue easier than, because once you get in the car, it's easy to go home.
Yeah. So
it's for breakfast there also.
Yeah.
Like the little, it's like, oh, okay, we'll meet for breakfast before the meeting.
like if the committee chairs need to meet up or whatever, yeah. So I'm trying to think of the last year where we had our HAB meetings. Is that something that we could influence to have them at like a more of a hotel ballroom type location so that that might be facilitated or?
The facilitation team that handles
Yeah.
the meeting, the venue location. So I'm gonna punt that to Josh.
So what locations do we have coming up this year that we can help influence?
The only one that's booked at the moment is the February meeting, where we're holding it at the Holiday Inn in Pasco, same location as November. And yeah, there are considerations in that we don't have total free reign, availability, cost, or distance from offices.
I just knew in for that one. Is there a restaurant there or no?
I will caution though that having done some of these, you gotta be very careful of where you go, then you talk to them about, because you start, well, we're gonna have 30 people. Then they declare a conference and then you get into all of this costing with them. So it takes a little bit of negotiation. It's like, no, we're just gonna stick around.
Some of the ideas, we have the plan pretty far ahead. If we're bringing catering, that's something we have to arrange these hotels and have a lot of agreements around. So we need several months of advance notice on something like that.
So is there a meeting place that, like this, that we could actually have food delivered to us? I mean, I know it's not right here, we can't do that here. And so is.
Oh, you
there-
can have food
Right, you
delivered.
can have food delivered. I mean to say, that we can't, they won't let us, no food in the room, right?
Ryan?
Well, I won't talk,
Interesting.
I won't talk on the recording.
Well, the rules are pretty much set. I, there is possibility, if we did have a place like this, that we could eat the sandwich at. We could actually have, Ricky Eat Fast outfit or something else,
The Richland Library, we met there for years. You can have food there. And it's so, you just, I've been in a lot of meetings where you've got a menu and each person has a piece of paper and you write down what you want to order and your credit card and somebody gathers them up and brings it in.
The library has a cafe too, don't they?
They do.
Or you go-
It is, but it's more snacky.
Gotcha.
Well, I think it's different whether you're talking about a committee meeting of 20 or 25 people and the HAB meeting of everyone.
But the committee meetings can also be an opportunity
Absolutely.
to, get to know. It's just at the full board meeting, we tend to get more participation and more, you get, the full breadth of members attending.
You get people that can't, for a variety of reasons, attend the committee meeting in person or attend at all because of.
But it would be easier to like order in lunch, like for this type of group. Yeah, yeah.
Well, think about our tour. We ordered lunch in advance and it was provided to us on Tuesday. And that was very convenient.
Maybe we organized that.
So HMIS did.
So you took the lead.
Yeah, we're the ones that took the lead on the tour and the people who coordinate our tours have an arrangement with Jimmy John's to submit those orders. I don't know that we have it with any other restaurants, so as long as you're good with Jimmy John's.
That worked for a lot of people. Right?
So I could say that the September meeting, the regional meeting was, we had the meeting room and then we had the bar and restaurant. That was really great because before and after some of us that were staying there, we had lots of sidebar conversations about different things. So that was the construct that Dan's talking about, where they, is a really great idea. It's a great concept.
So can we put a word in then with HMIS that would be the preference within your, you know, financial capacities to have a location where there would be
For the full board meetings.
for the full board meeting? Yeah.
Well, and that's facilitation,
That's
not
facilitation.
MIS.
Oh, sorry.
Different contracts.
What's wrong with the Holiday Inn here in Richmond?
Real inconsistent.
Huh?
It's very inconsistent, your experience there.
Well, and I know the last few times it hasn't, the bar doesn't even open until like 5 o'clock and when we end the meetings at 3:30. Kind of not convenient. But
A lot of contractual and cost matters that don't want to too far on a public meeting that's recorded, it's also in front of eternity.
Right, but the other meeting is at a Holiday Inn, right?
Yes.
The one in Pasco.
yeah, that's where we're going next month.
Right.
So there's nothing to do there, right? There's no-
It's more like a Holiday Inn Express kind of thing.
Is it near the airport?
No.
It's just near the track. Yeah, near the track.
Road 68.
Oh, okay, I remember.
Yeah, it's a nice place. Oh, it's
Yeah.
spotless facility. Spotless.
Pretty new.
It's really nice. Good parking. I mean,
There's restaurants in that vicinity.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
ton of-
About like the meeting space that we used at CBC was a nice space. And I'm just trying to think about whether there was, you know, how flexible the college would be about breakout space. I remember there was kind of a student gathering area outside of the bigger room, but in terms of catering something in or, you know, having a room for.
Oh, we had the cake there.
or something, but.
And they actually in their hub area, they have some food available.
We have the CPC members on board.
What were you gonna say?
I want to say some of the wineries too are pretty open to social hour afterwards, and they don't put a lot of restraints on it. Some do, some of them don't.
Some do, but Tagaris was absolutely great with us holding the anniversary party.
Yeah, and we've been there on numerous occasions,
Yes.
like when we have a retreat,
Yeah.
go have dinner there.
I like going upstairs. It's less noisy. I mean, sometimes when you go to a restaurant, it's so noisy in there, it's hard to hear what people are saying. So having that place upstairs was really good. And actually, I mingled more up there because of the city than I would have normally done. Yeah.
There, okay.
You know, even the, with the convention center or that, where we had the meeting there, I mean, what is it called? The,
Convention center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fairly institutional, but it had that outdoor area. And I was like, oh, that would have been a fun area just to sit and relax, but I don't think there's any food or beverage unless you organize that. I have it.
It's government owned and controlled.
Yes.
So you have to go through them.
Yeah, but I liked their little outdoor patio
Yeah.
area. It's really nice. So just thinking of spaces that facilitate conversation, like you're saying, when everyone's standing and in a more informal, then you can mingle rather than everyone sitting at a table and you're just stuck next to like whoever you meet. That's just where you are. So just thoughts. That's also why I liked Rattlesnake, because we were in that back area and people could kind of stand and wander around or sit down and have a dinner with somebody, and it's very flexible space. So Maya, can I just follow up with, Maya's been organizing little get-togethers. What are your thoughts of how we could, do you like the idea of two people like taking the lead for each board meeting and trying to identify a meetup opportunity outside of the formal meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always up for it. I'm one of the out of towners, so I'm happy to join in on whatever plan is being made. I think the lunch as well, like capturing all of us and kind of keeping us in one space and having food brought in somehow is a great idea too for people who have plans after work and families and schedules. So I like all of it. I'm always up for more opportunities to socialize and get to know each other better and build relationships.
So maybe I hear you being one of the two people for February. Anyway, yes.
Well, I can bring either my pennies or the dice, which we did for the leadership workshop this go around for the next board meeting. For the icebreaker to start off the meeting there.
As long as the date on the coin is super old though, right?
Ryan was the option to
Ryan,
read.
what did Ryan get?
He got one that was before he was born.
Yeah.
Yes,
what I was thinking.
Swap with somebody else.
You know, one other idea for informal, not a lot of prearrangement lunch idea would be to basically give every HAB member when they check in for the meeting that day a number of like 1 through 4 or 1 through 6 and encourage those, you know, all the number ones, when we get ready to break for lunch, you all get together and figure out where you're gonna have lunch. And then at least kind of help encourage them to network with a different group of people, make it a small enough group that you can figure out somewhere to go and get back. It takes a little bit of the decision making of, okay, I'm gonna go to lunch. Who's going to lunch? Where are you going? Where can I go? Maybe even a suggestion of, you know, 3 or 4 places that are close by. So it just takes some of that decision making pressure off and gives a little prompt to, hey, arrange to go have lunch with a little different group of people.
I like that. That's fun. We can even do that during, we can even do, if we ever need, if having a certain breakout opportunity for discussion at the board meeting, you could use that same mechanism. Anyway, yeah, Tom, there you
Question
go.
on the sort of numbered lunch and forcing everyone to go out to lunch, could that potentially cause problems for someone who has an economic hardship and you know, doesn't necessarily have the resources to go out to lunch every meeting, or you know, just trying to think of sort of a justice and just, that type of thing.
I think it's more of a helpful suggestion than an expected requirement. I mean, you could always opt out for whatever reason or go along and be engaged in, you know, and not eat and just visit, or, you know, I mean, I think as adults, we can all be kind of flexible about that kind of thing, but that is a great point, Tom.
Okay, so looking forward to February, which is just in a few weeks. I can bring the icebreaker coins or the dice, depending on which one I can put my fingers on. But like, who wants to plan the lunch or the dinner or whatever, the social thing? for February? Becky? Two people, let's do two people so that,
Maya,
I can help.
okay, so Becky and Mia.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So
And
the location is the Holiday Inn Pasco. Okay,
There are a lot of restaurants in the city.
so maybe you guys will figure out if you want to do some sort of, is there space for if you brought in, if people wanted to order lunch and hang out, is there space? I just didn't attend in November in person.
I'm doing an agreement with hotel that people can bring in snacks and their own, personal lunches. We didn't come to any sort of agreement on papers, however.
Oh.
I think we have.
No.
Yeah.
We would order through a sandwich, company or something.
We're gonna do some stack lunch.
Kelly has her hand up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kelly.
Wanted to make the suggestion since this is. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make the suggestion, since this is a large board and we are currently, with a subcommittee, maybe consider sending out an email of just a quick survey and say who's interested in doing working lunches where we get to know each other, or who's interested in doing after hours, because I know as volunteers, you guys are volunteering your time, and I would hate for somebody to spend time planning all these things and only 2 people show up. And so maybe you've already done that, but I always think it's a good idea to get an idea of who would actually participate versus assuming everybody's interested. Hopefully everybody is, because it seems like a great thing to do, but it might just also help whoever's planning an after hours thing to get an idea of how many people they're planning for as well. Because there's a big difference between, half of the board and, 5 or 6 people. So just some suggestions.
I think the area in the vicinity of the hotel has a number of restaurants, but not real large ones. So maybe we can just go drive around and get a list of what the options are. And then if people, like, there's Thai restaurants and other types, like somebody likes Thai, put 4 or 5 people together in a hotel. That'd be my suggestion for this one.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea no matter what, because I know the last time we did the meeting in November, we spent some time discussing, okay, so where are we going for lunch? What's around here? Because those of us that don't live in that area, it's like Tri-Cities, it's a small, big town, but you don't get over to the other parts of it unless you have a reason to.
Well, you do,
That's
Becky and, yeah, that's your hood.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's always a good suggestion, though, to have a list of restaurants for every time. That
What's in that immediate area?
But maybe Becky, you need to think about whether you want to just, you could survey around a lunch option and hanging around the, having people go out to different places, or having, people order in lunch, or I guess a third option would be like an evening get together before or after the.
And we've done the evening socials quite a bit, and it's just kind of just put out there, just, if you're interested,
Right.
Send a text to,
You can do all of them, but I don't know, I think maybe
it's not super appropriately structured.
if you feel like you wanna send a survey out, you could through Josh, but if you just wanna organize something and invite people, I'm fine with that. I think there'll be enough people that would wanna hang around and have some conversation and hang out. However, whatever you guys choose to bring forward.
The one thing that is so positive I felt this last year was the tour with the new members and the bus tour. And I just would like to make sure we plan that again this year and continue, because, and then the other thing is all you regular members that have been on one, go on another one. We help out. A lot of people I met on that, but I had no idea that they were even interested in anything like Hanford. And
Do we usually do the tour every year or every 2 years?
Every year. We've been doing it every year, every October for the new, it's just posted on the new members.
So there's always new members coming in every October, it's not a 2-year cycle?
Yeah.
Or there's different cycles?
Everybody's on
Everyone's on a different cycle.
Everybody's on different cycles, so we've been doing the orientation every October for, focused on the new members, but everybody's invited.
Right.
And encouraged.
One good incentive for going to the tours every year is also depending on like availability and stuff. I know DOE sometimes can take you to different places than like previous years. Like this most recent year, they took the HAB members to like the cold test facility, which is that huge test tank, and the environmental restoration disposal facility, which those weren't visited, the prior tour. So you get to see some new stuff every now and then.
I was stunned where they did this.
Yeah, I was very impressed.
It was awesome.
Good, well, that's good feedback for keeping members engaged instead of offer that tour every year, so.
Well, and it helps having the existing members come to the orientation to meet the new members and kind of help them get their feet wet and get comfortable, meet people and ask, everybody asks dumb questions, whether you're old or new. And so it's the sharing the information and getting to know each other at a human level.
And there's so many roads up the site. I think that we actually took the detour and came back through where they put the subcourse at, but then close from the submarines that we hadn't seen in the past. So, yeah, it was a good trip.
So when would so do we want to think ahead to the May meeting, or we'll have another committee meeting before then, right? So we can pick another couple folks to think about some engagement at the May meeting.
Yeah, we'll have committee meetings in March and April.
Okay, so we'll have a couple touches there.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Next meeting is in May.
Okay, Becky, Mia, no pressure. It's gonna be awesome.
Party planner.
One other question about engagement. I feel like more than once, so after having been on this committee for a couple of years in a row, I questioned like, when was the last time we talked about something? We have had some conversation about pairing people up as like voluntary mentors with new members. Did that ever go anywhere?
It went well on the bus.
Oh, you had a seatmate.
Yeah. I mean, it's always kind of engineered. But
Oh,
yeah.
that's a great photo. Wow, so cool. Becky, you got the brightest jacket on.
And I think I was talking because it was really.
That is a good idea, because sometimes I get seated next to a new member and it would, and I start a little chat with that person and I'm thinking, they have some questions and they're feeling a little overwhelmed, and I like the idea of like a buddy system. And we probably, thinking ahead, could organize that, in the fall when new members are coming on. But we did new member introductions, right, at the November meeting specifically, and welcomed the new members. When you are a new member, like I was a couple of years ago, it is kind of overwhelming because you don't know who's new and who's not. You're just kind of learning everybody at the same time. So it might not be a bad idea just to check in with new members and get that set up for next year, little buddy
Could
system.
we put a little sticker or something on the name badge for the new folks who'd be like, oh, they've got a little red sticker, they must be new this time.
They're probationary.
Or let's not single them out and put a sticker on everybody that's been around the block before, I don't know, but I think that the mentoring we'd also talked about, it didn't have to be anything elaborate, but at least that if you had one person assigned to be that, hey, you're new, how can we connect? Call if you have any questions. I'm glad to help, help just connect for that first meeting or two. Don't make it too difficult.
I like the idea of that because I think of someone, I think this committee, this public and, committee of outreach and engagement committee, like maybe we, if we knew, because it is hard when people sometimes zoom in, it's hard to see who's new and you hear people's names, but and then not everyone comes to every meeting. So sometimes you don't meet a new person for several meetings, and I don't know, I mean, I'm not trying to, single them out, but having like a star or something that, hey, I'm a new member, and then we could, especially on this committee, make sure during the full board meetings that we're checking in, saying hello. I don't know, I like that idea, but I think next year we definitely need to organize like as part of new member orientation, having somebody that is assigned to, just welcome and be that point of contact.
So during the November board meeting, we did provide a list of people who are willing, who are put their names forward as willing to be mentors. We didn't, and that list went out to everyone, all the new members and even continuing members. What we didn't do was pair people up, just because we didn't want to force someone to be with a mentor that maybe they didn't feel comfortable with, or for whatever reason. We just thought it might be easier to have a list of people. You can call any of these people on the list. They'll be happy to talk to you about Hanford, the HAB, how it works, anything, any question you have. So we left it a little bit more open, but I mean, also open to the option of pairing people up if that seems like it would work better.
Is that still available, that list?
Yeah, Josh has it.
We have it, copies with Chandra. Didn't receive one at the full board meeting.
Did you guys get any
But I
tickets?
mean, is it available on the website or somewhere we can find it? Is that a paper copy?
Those that included people's personal emails as phone numbers, we elected not to post.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, you could add your names to the list as well, because it's clear that you didn't know about it. So it'd be
I
great.
vaguely recall that this, and that's why I kind of started out with, I know there's been some conversation that had to do with mentorship, but I don't remember what the details were.
Yeah.
So that's great. I mean, as long as people had an opportunity to know they could connect with people, and I think just any little hints we can give people to encourage, trying to connect with others. I think it's good.
Adding to your question, when was the last time we talked about this? That was during the October COE meeting. And I did want to check in with the vendor list was one of them. I wanted to say, here's what you talked about, and here's how it was implemented.
Maybe we could just remind everyone at the February meeting about the mentor list. Like waive it just so that everybody, because I missed that ended up happening, probably because I zoomed in November. I just wasn't hearing everything.
Another standout I saw out in the meeting was building 101 topics into our agendas. And we will have a literally entitled Phoenix 101 at the February board meeting. There was a suggestion from Michelle about having member spotlights in the weekly happenings. And I'm committed to thinking about how we might do that for viability. We were thinking that there's a possibility to run a bi-weekly or monthly basis. If that's one of the many things that's worth pursuing.
I think that'd be great.
Did you say liability or viability?
Viability. And count the number of
Maybe
members.
featuring like the new members.
And so I did want to ask, what would you like asked of the members? How would you like the members selected? I'd like to see it implemented.
We get a sign up or have people volunteer at the February board meeting that they might want to be. Most people are not like, please profile me. So I don't know how you, I don't know how you want to shake that out.
I think that's a good idea. If they want to have it.
Or you say,
I think it would help our profession.
or you could just say, we're gonna profile you unless you tell us you don't want to, no.
I would pick Rob to be profiled.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, when he said that as the material scientist for WTP, he was the one that chose the materials for the facility to be built. I was like, he's a good friend of mine. I didn't know that. I was fascinated.
I could change the subject for a second. If you don't mind. I've been talking with a guy named Rob Hastings, be the director of the DOE or assistant director. He started a company called Advantech with some other folks. They are now located in where the mechanical engineering laboratory was down off of 240. They are responsible for building the TISCR. They have been working on it. They're working on the new advanced TISCR now. They're in welding shop. He's offered a tour. The question is would, I would like to take my committee, the tank waste committee for sure. Anybody interested in the jokes of the clerk. But what is there any impediment of us talking to a Hanford contractor on a tour of their facility? Or do we need DOE to organize this, to do this? I mean, the logistics to me seem nightmarish.
And Kelly?
And we don't know. Because, you know, we took our bus tour out there and went to contractor sites out there and looked at what they were doing and got their information from them and how great they are.
You're seeing this as like a member engagement education opportunity.
Yeah, I just like everybody to show up down there and see what TISCR is and what it's made out of, and some of the scientific studies that have been done and those kind of activities. And so, but I don't think it should be exclusive to tank waste committee. It should be open to the board, but
If we do it on our own time, it seems like, you have total flexibility.
Let's get Kelly to weigh in on this one.
I just heard you ask me to weigh in. I was having problems and logged out and logged back in. Could you just tell me again what you need me to weigh in on? I'm sorry about that.
ultimately, we have a couple contractors here in the town. And one has offered to give us a tour of their facility. Probably independent of DOE or dependent on DOE.
Tell me what they do.
They make the TISCR, which is essentially the cesium removal. And now they're working on the AMP system, which is the new one that's supposed to be built. Well, they're working on it now. And so we could all show up there at 9 in the morning and get an hour, 2-hour tour and get back for our committee meeting or something of that sort.
I think that the answer is maybe that it could be possible. A lot of it depends on if they already have a contract with the department or not. We have to make sure that this is not a conflict of interest or that, you know, it could be looked at as a way to gain business or, sway the board one way or another to make a recommendation related to whatever you're going to be looking at there. So more information would be needed, and we would probably have to run it just by contracts and legal just to make sure it's okay. Obviously, you know, as an independent citizen, if you went and looked at the facility and didn't organize it as a HAB event, that's perfectly fine. But once we make it as a HAB event, that's when we have to make sure we're not crossing any conflict of interest lines or any contractual lines. So my answer is maybe. It depends on kind of the specifics of the business as well as their existing ties to the department.
Yeah, I think it's how you approach it. If you and your buddies want to go take a tour, fine, but it's official HAB event.
Okay, I will bring this up in the meeting tomorrow and see what people.
The independent advisory board and.
But if you did organize it officially through the tank waste, you could invite any.
That's right, that's right.
If that ended up happening.
But that would also, that falls into the maybe conflict of interest.
Right.
Approval space.
Right.
So.
Suggestion is to make this early request of our new EDFO, which starts at the end of the month. Oh, maybe join my any full board has selected the EDFO starting January 31st, is that right? Judy?
Ian Coleman.
Yeah.
Ginger.
She's born, BOR.
So, just to finish up this agenda item, so, Josh, you were going through the stuff that we talked about in October. Is there anything else that we needed to cover that we missed around member engagement?
So I think we can kind of explore implementation of, HAB member spotlight at a later date. We've heard.
Yeah, I think just bring it up at the February meeting and then you may just have to kind of go around and recruit a few people.
You can bring it up during your
Maybe
committee.
chairs, yes, or maybe chairs become the first spotlights and then it starts rolling or something. I don't know, just to get somebody voluntold.
And it would be, remember, we all submitted our files for
True.
membership here, so they would use the
You got a
bio.
template to start, yeah.
The leadership committee will be meeting next week and kind of sorting out the final details for the February board meeting. So the round robin implementation may be considered there. May sort out final details around long lunches, icebreakers, departures, dinner organization, whatever comes out of that, we have a space for that.
So yeah, because what I heard were, what we're recommending is some sort of social, casual social engagement and having two people be the point people on that for each board meeting. And if the committee meetings want to do something like that too, they could, up to them, they could do that. So we'll have a conversation about that at leadership and then at the round robins, we talked about getting a survey of what are the round robin topics that we might want to do for the rest of the year. And we talked about, so already for February, we have Becky and Mia gonna organize something and get people notice on that in terms of a social activity. Hopefully around some sort of food or, drink. We're very food. We had a lot of conversation about food. Yeah, we like food. So the other piece was, the last piece was keeping the tour. Everyone loves, I'm just kind of summarizing the conversation. We all love the tour. We want to keep the tour the top priority for member engagement, especially new members. Potentially other tour opportunities as they come up. And then one last area. Oh, if there are opportunities for breakouts during board meetings where you can have smaller group conversations and then reporting back to a larger group, sticky notes. Sometimes it's challenging when you have people zooming in, but you can set up on, or whatever platform you have, you can create a group on Zoom to also get together and converse around a topic, right? So this isn't new, but you know what online platforms often will have a little group breakout opportunity. So we didn't talk about that when you were bringing it up, Becky, but now that we're in the new age of hybrid meetings, we have to think about if we do any breakouts, how does that work on the virtual side? So anyway, anything else that I think we have some great ideas for the year. Now we just need to start implementing. Okay. And mentorship, continue to mentor and meet and greet with new members and reach out and we have our list. And if you want to join the list to be available to new members, you can do that.
And I would recommend that somebody, Chandra, capture that list. And then at the March COE meeting, we kind of relook at it and massage it as needed. But we kind of keep it as a running list. That
that was something I forgot. An icebreaker, right? And so
I got it.
You got the icebreaker for February. Do we want to try and do that at every meeting if possible? Some sort of smaller or larger.
I've got 2 of them.
Okay, so we got February and May figured out.
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there. So I think icebreakers are really important because they're fun.
I got what I got. I've got it.
Okay.
And I have the dice. That I know exactly where it is. It's just I have to find my penny bag.
And I know some people are more extroverted and some are more introverted. And so some of these icebreakers, people go, oh God, no. But you know what? You learn a lot about people and it has to be very low You know, it doesn't have to be very stressful at all.
I am an anti-icebreaker person. I'm a norm. It's like somebody says icebreaker to me and I want to leave the room. It's like, oh, no, I got a bathroom break. So it's like Mia and I, when the last 2 years of putting the icebreakers together for the leadership workshop is we go out of the box and would look for things that are different and that everybody can kind of connect with. And it isn't that, it's not pulling the introverts too far out, that everybody can have fun with it.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So if we're ready to move on to regional HAB meetings. So to recap, we've had several conversations about, I think people get confused because we've had regional cleanup priority meetings in the past. We've had a variety of different public engagement opportunities, but what we're talking about on this agenda item is if and when the HAB has a full board meeting at a location that is not in the Tri-Cities, we have traditionally called that a regional meeting, a HAB regional meeting. And there was one in September in Spokane. Didn't have a lot of participation from folks in Spokane, but we've had a lot of dialogue about what's the purpose, what are we trying to do with regional meetings? Should have a regional meeting, or should it, if we're trying to engage different communities along the Columbia River or up and downwind of Hanford, what is the right strategy to do that? And is the HAB regional meeting the right strategy? Or, so I think there's different ways to look at the question. Is there value in holding a meeting? Well, what is the purpose? What are we trying to get out of it? If we take the whole HAB and have a meeting in Hood River or in Portland or in Umatilla or Spokane. So there was a lot of dialogue, so we brought it back because there was discussion about planning a regional HAB meeting this year and whether or not that would happen or not. And what was the value that we would get out of it as a HAB, and what would the value be for the tri-parties, right, out of it as well. So anyway, that's kind of the context. And I said, well, we're talking about whether or not people show up or not, but what is the goal of a regional HAB meeting? So I don't know if you want to go back in time, back to and I don't know, because I've only been back on the board here for the last couple of years. I don't remember if the HAB meetings, I guess we used to hold them in Portland. We did have these regional HAB meetings, but oftentimes there was like a public comment period open. There was a meeting on cleanup priorities. There was some sort of public meeting associated with it that would draw people from the community to be able to come and meet and greet and give their input. But I haven't seen that those public engagement opportunities have really coincided with the HAB meetings, which makes it, anyway. So I didn't know if you had feedback from past HAB meetings that have been held throughout the region and how they changed or what you noticed.
Well, I've noticed we did have one in September, but
But
they're very few
had
and far
one.
between
Yeah.
in the last few years. We have regional meetings because it's a regional board. And, that's that, as far as I'm concerned, that it needs to include people from the region that are represented by the HAB. We had some that were not well attended, but we've also had regional meetings that there were a lot of people that attended. And I think the reason, like you had mentioned, is that the Department of Energy and the tri-parties, they had evening meetings after the HAB meeting as well, where they had a workshop. And several people came. They had tables, they had stuff even for kids to do, to learn about Hanford, different kinds of activities. I remember the one in Portland, I was like, wow, because my kids were little then, they're full adults now, but I took my kids also, to that meeting and, they had a lot of fun. They learned about Hanford. Oh, that's where you work. But, I think they also had I don't want to say they used to be called state of the site meetings, way back when. But they did have some kind of a regional kind of a meeting also that coincided with the HAB meeting. So it was cost effective, I believe, for them to be there and be the HAB, and also then they could have their other meeting that was planned. So there were a lot of, we've been to a lot of different places, and I think Seattle, Portland, I think we had one in Lewiston also that was very well attended, the tribes. Yeah, and Good River. I think it's more about strategically, where you're gonna have the meeting also. I think you can have it in certain places in the region that you're probably not gonna have a lot of participation. There are other places who are very, very interested in Hanford and very beneficial to have them.
So we also noticed though that, in Portland area and in the Seattle area, we have members that were instrumental in rounding up large numbers of people to come to the meeting. Without those people, we probably would have a much smaller meeting. I'm thinking Jerry, and I'm thinking Paige. And for Paige night, she just would have 20, 30 people there from her group. And she's no longer with us, or no longer part of the board. Yeah. Sorry. But anyway, it just certainly seemed that where we have active members is the place where we should be going. If we don't have active members from Pendleton, or don't have active members from Lewiston or wherever, we probably really should be headed down there.
I would have to disagree with you on that, Rob, because there's two reasons that we have regional meetings, and one of them is to get public engagement. And I think no matter where we have a meeting, if we have an exciting agenda that people care about, people know about it, they'll show up. No one's going to show up to a HAB meeting where all we're doing is internal HAB administration, unless you're a HAB member, and sometimes even then we don't have HAB members show up. But if we have a big public meeting like they used to, that is not the HAB, but could be attended by the HAB and get people from the HAB to drum up support, that would be a benefit. But the real benefit I see for regional meetings, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, where all the out-of-towners go to dinner. Well, at a regional meeting, everyone's an out-of-towner. So we build that community, and everybody shares meals and tries to figure out what we're doing, and sits, tries to avoid just sitting in your hotel room. And you really build that community. And, Becky was saying people used to bring families to the regional meetings and really get to know each other. That's something that we don't get to do when we are restricted to just being in different venues in the Tri-Cities.
It's back to your point. It's back to your point. One thing to have them is another thing. Are they effective and do they add value? It's true. We probably need to reach out a little bit more. But the bottom line is, if we go to Spokane and it's just basically us sitting in a different hotel, that doesn't have a lot of value for us. I was going to ask you, Rebecca, do we still have the safety expo here coming with?
I don't think they had it last year.
Would that be a great venue to parallel with?
It's really gone downhill.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's been actually.
Used to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it would be really.
The last time I went, it was mostly vendors selling stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have, do you have another comment, Pam?
Yeah.
So Pam and then Kelly, because I'm Pam.
So I think all of us feel positive about the meetings that we've had in Good River. But live along the river, pay more attention, and have questions about what's going on in Hanford. And now that the holistic agreement is done, and it's something to share with people that care about what's going on in Hanford, and that we could do an evening meeting where the tri-parties explain the process they've gone through and what they've come up with. And so I would suggest that as a topic and not as a location. We've had just outstanding meetings. And Columbia Riverkeeper has been very instrumental. And they used to be based in New River, and I think for years now they've been based in Portland, at least the staff. But I think we could still ask them. They still have their contacts in that region. Thank you.
Kelly.
Thank you. I knew this was one of the agenda items, and I had committed during the planning session of today's agenda to check in with Hanford DOE leadership regarding their thoughts on a regional meeting. And I do want to make sure that you all have that information. From what I understand and what I was told, the past couple of regional meetings have not been well attended by members in person for the last 2 years, and that was something that led to the viewpoint that the department right now does not support having a regional meeting in 2025. For various reasons that you guys have already talked about. One, the low attendance for actual members, that a larger majority did join online rather than being in person, and that the public attendance was also low. The other thing that was, when I had discussions with leadership that was considered, is the cost to bring in these speakers from the department and how much time they're pulled out of the office in order to travel to a meeting that could have been done locally. And since it's virtually available to the public, it's just at this time, it's not supported by the department is the department's viewpoint for 2025. I would like to also say, though, that if there is a different reason or justification that you guys are wanting to do a regional meeting, I think that leadership is open to hearing that. I've heard your discussion right now talking about if there was another subject that was tied to it or another meeting in conjunction that the department could also host, or one of the other tri-parties that's related to this type of work to get more interest. I think that those are all viable reasons, but at this point, unless there's a new reason or a new angle, it's not supported by the department for 2025, I should say.
Well, let's take. Can I follow up? So I think Becky, when you described the state of the site meeting, was like a tri-party public meeting workshop that people, and it changed over the years, but what went away, and I think what went away the last couple of years, in my opinion, was not having that opportunity. Like you're talking about actually having the tri-parties present new information, get feedback about, a timely topic that's impacting people's lives along, let's say, the Columbia River, right? And in Hood River. That's what the old regional meetings were. They were always tied to some sort of state of the site, cleanup priorities meeting, public engagement opportunity. And that's what's been missing. If you don't have that, like, why would someone in Spokane go to our meeting? There's no, if there was a true engagement or presentation around the new agreement or, milestones that have been reached or what have you, then local organizations or all of us could get people caring about coming. But there was nothing to engage specifically around. So that's, I'm just giving that feedback, Kelly, that in the past, there was always a public engagement meeting opportunity that was alongside the HAB that allowed for the public to really chew on something and give feedback and have, it was different each time, probably different topics, but it was real updates on progress, getting feedback on any particular public comment periods that were open. So that's why I would show up if I was a community member in Hood River. I wouldn't just show up to, as Tom's point, sit there and maybe get my 15 minutes to give a input on something that is not really relevant, like on the agenda. So anyway, that's just, so Kelly, that's the history on it.
Yeah,
And
and
so-
I think it's that same
been a
mentality
missed
right now.
Been a missed opportunity the last couple of years. And I think maybe after COVID and stuff, we kind of got away from the way it used to be effective. So
That'd be my maybe less popular feedback is that the reality of life post-COVID, you know, if you were a HAB board member pre-COVID and there was a regional meeting, your option was to go and participate in the meeting. Now your option is you can travel and go participate in the meeting, or you can log in and participate in the meeting. And so there are folks on the HAB who their job is directly related to things that go on at Hanford. And those are the folks that are more likely to travel somewhere else to attend a meeting. I'll use myself as an example. The HAB is an important part of the community, but it is not a huge factor in my day-to-day life and job. And so I represent and I try to be aware, but it's not the same as if I were like Mia, for example, that's the purpose of her entity. So for me to disrupt my schedule to go and travel out of town for 2 days to attend a meeting that I can Zoom in for and not go, I'm totally gonna not go. As much as, yes, I could network, I could build relationships, I could do all those things, but it is that counterbalance to all the other things that have to give in order to be able to do that. So there would have to be a compelling reason to want to be there. And I think that's just the reality today.
And I think adding on to that, like having, I think Amber's already mentioned like workshops or open houses, and that sort of public engagement after or before days. I think that would further incentivize people from the public and other HAB members to come in person, if it's possible for them to join in person. So I agree with that approach. And for EPA's stance on the regional meetings, we still support. I noticed the DOE board, but EPA still supports the practice of having regional meetings, you know, where we can apply it.
We have an ecology perspective, since Roberta just gave the EPA perspective.
We support meetings, we support meetings. We support, I think we support regional meetings when, for a lot of the reasons we all talked about, you know, we want to make sure that if we're holding a regional meeting, that we're being strategic about it. I like a lot of the feedback I've heard about, you know, considerations of there being like maybe a public engagement opportunity or public meeting, you know, that evening or apart from the HAB that can help draw people in. And then for some of the other reasons Kelly said, I think it's something just to be mindful about, that if we're having a regional HAB meeting, and also hear Michelle about attending virtually, it's just an easier option for some folks. But you know, one big reason for having a regional meeting is also to get the members to travel. And if we don't have the members to travel, then that's just something to think about. If we're only having 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 members out of, you know, 38 seats that actually travel for a board meeting, that makes it tough. It makes it tough for justification, I know, for DOE. I don't want to speak for DOE, but we do support regional HAB meetings. You know, we want to make sure that we're strategic about them, that there's, you know, good topics, possibly if we're able to look at doing like a public engagement opportunity if it's suitable. So we do support them. It's just something we don't want to be strategic about and make a meaningful experience. So not to have regional meetings just to say we're having regional meetings, but to have a, you know, a strategy and, you know, a goal behind those regional meetings. So we support them. Sorry, long-winded answer.
Is there a way that when you write the meeting minutes, that you say how many members were there, / how many people were on the phone? Not necessarily members, but I mean, if people are, we could have as many as 50, 60 people on the phone. Okay, and we're still getting our message to them. They're listening. They're just not saying anything. or they've chosen not to, but it's still an important number that we have paying attention, because if people say, well, only had 6 members there, big deal. But 6 members and 125 people on the phone, it's a completely different situation.
Yes, we do list the attendance at the end of the meeting, yes, and we do put a little asterisk that indicates if a person was online versus in the room or in the private event. So we haven't listed out the actual number, but you can count it and find out.
Right, that's of the members, but
The
even
members
the other candidate people, which we're trying to attract in some meetings.
For all attendance, we
Yeah,
know
okay.
first of all. And Ryan?
Hey, I was gonna offer one clarification at that point, Rob, and Kelly, feel free to chime in if I'm misspeaking to this, but I think what Kelly was saying and what the concern was with the in-person attendance versus virtual attendance is if the federal government's going and spending a lot of money on booking a hotel room and getting their staff to come up and like TPA staff to come up, and we're spending all the money for, per diem, lodging, venue rentals, all that stuff. And then we go through all that effort to go up to another region, and we only have like 6 people in the room, whether it's public or HAB members. And regardless, if we have 60 people online, they could have just held that meeting locally and had the same amount of attendance and save money and been able to be more kind of mindful of that. So I think that's one of the reasons why, if we're going to go through the cost and the process of doing an online or a regional meeting, we want to make sure we actually have people that attend in person for, to make it worth it, essentially. Kelly, was that fairly accurate?
Articulating that for me. You did a great job articulating what I was trying to say, so thank you.
Well, and I just think Roberto, the point that you made, Roberto, is if there's a meaningful public engagement workshop, it is much more likely that folks will travel to the meeting because they want to attend the workshop or get briefed on a particular issue at the public workshop. Just like we were talking earlier today about having a workshop that was coinciding with the committee meeting in March, it's likely going to be good attendance because you'll have all these interested HAB folks, there. So anyway. What's that?
A couple people before we wrap up. We have Ed and then me.
Well, I was just going to casually suggest, I think we have formed a consensus to not attempt to do anything in 2025. We need a formal vote on that, that's fine, but I think we're there to make that decision as a group.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It makes it clear.
But I also question whether we even have an option. If DOE said no, we could talk all we want.
If there is a public engagement opportunity, that we could also talk about it. So I would suggest that we look and see on the calendar if the tri-parties have anything coming up in the future in 2025. And where, and if it's a possibility, if it's something that the public in a regional area would be interested.
How do we gather that information? The regional area, once that, I don't quite follow that.
Look at the calendar and see what's on the tri-party agencies, what they have scheduled in 2025. They have any
The holistics waste transport through Oregon would be a very good topic to have a meeting adjacent to the HAB in Oregon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for Kelly. It's my understanding that the other citizen advisory boards, some of them travel for every meeting. I'm thinking of Idaho and Savannah River. And I'm curious if they have good attendance of board members and the public at those meetings, and how that decision is made that they travel.
So each local site office gets to make the decision because they are the ones who supply the funding and the resources for the meeting. So it's not a headquarters decision. It's locally decided by the Department of Energy local office. And yes, some of the other boards have traveling meetings, like you're talking about a regional meeting, and then other boards do not. So there's not a one size fits all for everybody. I know in Savannah River, they do have a lot of what you guys call regional meetings, but their region is usually within like an hour of where the site is. So their region is not as large as what you guys would consider regional. And then some of our locations like Paducah have their meeting in the exact same location every time that they meet. There's also the other thing that's to be considered is some of our sites meet more often than the HAB does, or also meet quarterly. And some of the meetings are 2 hours every other month. And some like yours are 2 days quarterly. So there's a lot of different things that are considered when looking at how the other local boards do it. But the big thing I want you to take away is that it's all customized based on the site and the communities near the site and the opportunities and the financial and resource opportunities that are available. So there's not a one size fits all. I should also point out a lot of the times that the other SSABs, when they are looking at the work plan that was presented by the department and making input on that, that is a time when it's identified if there's any concurrent topics that can be covered, and that's when regional meetings are identified. And so they try and plan that early on, looking at the priorities of the board, priorities of the site, and then also the work plan items to see if there's anything that crosses, and that would be a good topic for a certain region. I can tell you in Nevada, which is where the majority of my experience is, when they are talking about transporting radioactive waste to the Nevada National Security Site, those meetings are all often held on a transportation route so that the community who is having the trucks come through their community on the way to the disposal facility, that topic's discussed in their community since it's closer. So there really isn't a one answer for anything. A lot of things are considered. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else that needs to be covered on this? We'll wrap this up.
So what are the actions?
It's sound, support from DOE.
I can summarize. So what I'm hearing is that, as Becky just eloquently recapped, we're hearing from Kelly that DOE is not interested in doing a regional meeting unless there is a public engagement opportunity that would be relevant to host at the same time, which would indeed, I would think, save DOE money not to have 2 different engagements. I mean, to some degree, it would maximize the value of having a meeting outside the Tri-Cities. So I guess we have to look at the calendar for, I'm thinking we would probably need to, what would you need, Josh, in terms of meeting planning, in terms of like looking out at the future meetings this year?
Well, we're doing May, I would need to know that ASAP.
Yeah, I'm not thinking May.
Effort, the leadership workshop is in June, and if we decide that would be a possibility in September, that would be about the right amount of time to consider that.
But we swapped August and September.
Yeah.
The full board is in August now.
Okay, right. We're done with the work plan. So perhaps May would be the time to consider that.
To consider having a meeting or to consider having a meeting being at home.
To decide if it were to be a regional meeting, we would have to know that if that could be supported by May, essentially. Earlier, that would be ideal.
So I think we just need to monitor that and be in touch with the tri-parties about upcoming engagement, public engagement periods and opportunities. Because I don't know if anything that was presented today would be in that comment, would be in that time frame, but there obviously are always upcoming opportunities.
Right, yeah, outside what we presented today, and again, I don't want to speak for Dana or Dewey since they weren't not here right now, but it sounded like they didn't have anything super set in schedule for late that year. And I know that we, at least to my understanding, just looking to see if Dana's online. Again, still trying to
I'm
figure out
here.
exactly the dates for F9. Thanks, Dana. I'll point to you in a second. And then, as far as looking at like fall time, I'm trying to think if we have anything set for like public involvement. I can't think of much right now. I know DOE does their annual 5-year plan meeting, but they've hosted that locally and made it hybrid. But Dana, do you know of any public engagement that we're planning for fall time? It's probably looking a little far ahead. I don't think we have set dates for anything, but thought I'd just verify with you.
Well, on the current hopeful schedule, we have Rev 9. And that's it. That would be of this level.
Again, the only caveat with Rev 9 is we don't know exactly the dates for it yet, but once you do know the dates, we will let you guys know. Actually, sorry, Dan, you're online. Were there any, do you know of anything in the fall time for DOE?
You already mentioned it, Ryan. I was thinking of the fall of the 5-year plan that normally happens in the September-October timeframe. And of course, as we look at what would be queuing up, that would incorporate some of the holistic agreement elements. So that's what would pop into my mind. Thank you.
Are you guys looking at doing any kind of repeat of the Hanford dialogue?
It's something we're reevaluating, when we can do it again. It's something we haven't, with all holistic stuff over the last couple of months. That's been our focus, is getting all those public meetings, public process, all that done and finalized. And so now I think we've got some capacity to talk about what other things we can support. So that's something I don't have a lot of immediate information on, but it's something that we could potentially.
That kind of goes back to the old state of the site concept.
That was a really well done workshop, community meeting. I don't know what you want to call it, but it was.
Yeah, that was December of 23 was the Hanford dialogue, I think.
Very well
right?
done.
Yeah.
Well, let's circle back in, we have a committee meeting in March, right?
Yes, the first week of March.
So let's circle back on this and see what's involved. We have a new administration, as we heard from Dana, there's more. Some of these dates may change in terms of these upcoming public comment opportunities. So let's circle back in March and see where we're at, and see if we can look ahead to so it'd be when we say fall, our meetings in October.
Okay, so we have a full board meeting in August. We're looking at this being 26th meeting in October.
Oh, that would start the new fiscal 26 year, but technically in 25.
I'm getting my dates mixed up. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask one question? So have you planned anything for sharing information about the holistic agreement?
We did. Those are public, we don't have any public meetings to share the final agreement. I know we're gonna probably talk about the HAB and we're gonna have a planning board meeting next week. We don't have any like public meetings or anything planned right now, because we already did the public process during the comment period. We announced it, but we don't have any public meetings like planned or anything like that to talk about the final agreement at this time.
Does that sound like a good plan that we circle back in March and I'd be happy to follow up with the tri-party leads on appropriate, I can do some homework before the March meeting to see if there's some particular community engagement workshops that would be appropriate. And maybe we don't plan it, maybe it wouldn't happen until October that we'd have a regional meeting, so it'd be technically in the 26th calendar, right? Is that what I'm getting? Fiscal calendar. So I don't know if that makes it. So when I heard from Kelly, no, in 25, she means the 25 fiscal year.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's what I enjoy.
Okay. I think August would be a tough time to do a regional meeting, so I don't think that's probably a good idea, just because of it's a tough time just to get people together and yeah.
I just wanted to, before we break, because when we come back, we'll be talking about LIDS, is Kelly's reminder that our HAB is hosting the EMSSAB chairs meeting in September. And is there anything that relates to COE for that?
It's actually the last week of October.
Oh, yes, sorry, fall of 25. Fall mid-September in my head, yeah, fall of 25. So just, is there anything that anybody needs to have on their radar for that as we're planning things?
Should that
To make
coincide
sure
with
that
the-
we're all on the same page, I have dates that we are using to guide for that meeting. We are planning the fall chairs meeting to be the week of October 27th. So the tour would be the 28th, and then a day and a half meetings on the 29th and 30th. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, well, we have some homework to do before the next February meeting, some fun social engagement. We're gonna have an icebreaker activity. I will commit in the next couple months to follow up on whether there is an appropriate regional meeting for this fiscal year. It may not work out this fiscal year, but there may be an opportunity, so I will follow up on that. And then, we will adjourn and, be back at, what's the time, Josh? 12:30, okay. Be back at 12:30 for the start of the LIDS meeting. And if you want to come back and give feedback on the cleanup priorities, Chris Sutton will be here to present that, and he's looking for your feedback. So,
If you're not coming back, make sure you sign out and drop your badge off at the desk if you're not coming back.
thank you for hosting Ecology. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
I'm gonna get out.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, I know.
We are reconvening the COE subcommittee and convening for the first time of the day, land use, infrastructure, and waste disposition and safety subcommittee. Kelly, would you like to kick off our next subcommittee?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back, everyone who was here earlier. I just wanted to welcome everybody to January 15th Hanford Advisory Board Land Use, Infrastructure, Waste and Disposition and Safety Subcommittee meeting. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kelly Snyder. I am the designated federal officer for the Hanford site. I'd like to identify a few reminders before we get started. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. And each person has a joint responsibility for assuring that the operating ground rules are observed and discussions are conducted in a respectful manner. I appreciate everybody's attendance today and had just one last quick announcement, and that is that the new deputy designated federal officer for the HAB has been selected, and Jennifer Colborn will be starting in that role at the end of January. So we look forward to her joining the team. That's everything.
And the administrative items you all know and love. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Hanford site YouTube channel. We have multiple sign-in sheets going on. The new meeting, new sign-in sheet available up here for attendance, and up front, if you have not already, please sign in to the building, collect the badge, and be sure to return it on your way back out. Ryan, would you like to review the emergency procedure?
If something crazy happens and there's an emergency, we will just stage across the street from the office. You got an exit behind you, exit entry that you just came in. If anybody has to use the restroom, you can just go down the hall and to the left, the bathrooms are down there. There's a water fountain. And then just one general reminder, just make sure that when you talk, you speak up and you talk in one of the general directions of our little owl friends here, so our online cohorts can hear you. Yeah, that's all I got.
Perfect, thank you. And Becca, do you have any opening statements?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and anybody that's new here this afternoon that wasn't here this morning. So we're gonna have a joint session, the first part of this agenda, and then the committee's gonna be hearing and we're gonna have a discussion on the Beryllium program. I think we're gonna have a an actual update on that. And then we're going to do some committee business, and we're also going to get an opportunity to talk about the response to our advice for the traffic safety advice that we passed in September in Spokane when we were at the full board meeting there. So should we go around the room and introduce ourselves so that we're familiar with we are?
Joe Presti of Legal Affairs. Been on the board about a year and a half. Chris Sutton, local environmental interest.
Community Outreach and Environmental Education Specialist with Ecology.
Ryan Miller, Communications Manager for Ecology.
Thea Burke, representing Hanford Challenge and Vice Chair of the Board.
Amber Waltrip, representing Heart of America Northwest and Chair of the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee. I still have, that doesn't roll off the tongue.
Kevin Danby, citizen representing Grant and Franklin County.
Susan Coleman, representing Public at Large and Board Chair.
Jim Doherty, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
Catherine Wick, lead hydrogeologist and ecology nuclear waste. Bob Quirk, member of the public.
I'm Josh Patnotz from the HAB facilitation team.
Amy Page, Department of Health.
Marianne Monarchy, HMIS supporting DOE and the Hanford Advisory Board.
Laura Caulfield, Cat Life, I also support the Hanford Advisory.
Rob Davis, I represent the city of Pasco.
Then going down the list online, we are joined by Jennifer. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, Jennifer Colborn. I look forward to working more closely with you all. Thanks.
Down the list, Dan.
Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Matt Hendrickson, alternate member from the Oregon Department of Energy.
Christy. Going back to we'll be over for introducing ourselves. Cynthia, would you like to introduce yourself? And Cascade.
Hello, everyone. I'm a RPM, a project manager for EPA. I'm hopping on board to hear about the fiscal year 2027 cleanup priorities draft advice.
Finally, we're back to Kelly.
Kelly Snyder with Department of Energy Office of Environmental Management at headquarters and the current DDFO.
That is everyone, I believe. With that, are we ready to move on to our next agenda item?
Take it away, Chris.
What we're gonna spend the next hour doing is getting input from members of the two committees that have the meetings today. I'm not gonna try and rattle off the names of the committees. This advice is one that we put out every year, and it's looking forward ahead 2 years to what we feel are the most important cleanup priorities for DOE to undertake or submit for funding, or at least to apprise DOE of what we or our constituencies feel are important. That's information that's good for the tri-party agency to have and to know. There are copies of the advice up at the table, and if anybody doesn't have one, please get one. Now, there's actually 3 sections to the advice, and we're only going to concentrate on one. There's kind of an introductory section on the first page, and that's sort of like an executive summary. There's a number of bullet items, and they're one-liners mostly of what's in the table, which is what we're going to concentrate on today. And it's for people who don't want to read the whole advice, but just want to get a feeling for what's in it. That's what these one-line bullet items are for. Then there's a couple paragraphs of text, background, and something called advice. Most of it is boilerplate that's taken from the last several years of approved advice. There's only a little bit that's new in there. And we're not going to spend much, if any, time on that today. The third section is a table called FY27 critical cleanup priorities. And that's what I'd like us to spend the entire time on. The entries to this table represent input from the IM team. The IM team has 15 members, so there's been a fair bit of input that we've received from them. And last week we had an IM team call, and there was quite a bit of discussion as a result of the IM team call, with some items being deleted from the table and some items being added to the table. And what's in the table now is what has resulted after the IM team call last week. And before I go further, I want to thank Josh publicly. Josh has been a great help with regard to formatting and editing and live editing, which he's going to do here. And taking that load off my mind. Otherwise, I'd be so fumble-fingered and ham-handed that it'd be a mess. So thank you, Josh. The overall structure of the table somewhat follows the DOE 5-year plan, and that the major subdivisions in the table, some of those are also the major subdivisions in the DOE's 5-year plan, references 1 and 2. There's a couple additions that we have that aren't specifically called out in the 5-year plan, but which this advice and previous year's advice has dealt with important subdivisions in the table. Okay, now what we'll do is for each of these subdivisions, we'll go over each entry one at a time. And if people don't like the text, this is an opportunity to wordsmith the text. It's an opportunity for people to say, we don't think this item ought to be there. There's an opportunity for people to say, we think an additional item ought to be added to this particular subsection of the table. And then we'll move on to the next one. So the first subsection is entitled Core Operations. And the first one, C-A, is called Operation Safety. And this is to evaluate whether additional props and mock-ups at the Hammer facility would be beneficial to maintaining and improving site safety. So, discussion?
Can you give an example of what the thought process was there, like,
Well,
what
this
do we
is,
think is missing?
this is one from Tom Cecilia. And originally, we had something a little different there and it got edited. And what we originally had there was something that said, we want to make sure that as the site moves more and more in operations mode, that the safety culture is maintained and expanded to encompass all of the different operations that are going to go on. As opposed to, as we've heard Brian Vance say, we've kind of been in a project mode, now we're going into operations mode. We want to make sure that the safety also covers everything. So let's say with the operations that the site is moving into. Then it got reworded to this.
And I think Ed sent another rewording for safety culture through an email exchange that came later than, it wasn't included in this this version of the advice. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
So it's confusing because his name on email pops up as Lazarus,
Oh,
but it's Ed.
it is right next to you.
Yeah,
And I suggested that he bring this up at the meeting here.
yeah, hopefully he can do that, but just, I think he had to step out for now, but just so we don't lose that, conversation.
Right. So let's circle around to this. Is that all right with you, Becky?
Yeah, yeah, sure, let's go move on.
The next one, is a concern that Mia's had, she wanted in here. And that's public involvement. Respond to and publish any comment received during the public comment and feedback period. Regularly schedule opportunities for the TPA agencies to provide education and meaningfully engage in dialogue with the public. Any discussion on that?
If this is the DOE priorities, we're now encompassing all the members of the TPA, meaning the ecology and the others. So I think we should correct that.
Rob, are you,
Well,
are you articulating a concern with this or rewording or?
Yeah.
Either?
Yeah, the fact that we're volunteering. This is DOE priorities for cleanup. Right? This is not TPA priorities for cleanup.
It's my understanding the advice is being written to all three agencies.
That was my understanding.
It's to all three.
That's correct. That's the way it's been done in the past.
Could I add it? So I think that's great to put public involvement up under core operations, so I appreciate that. I don't know if that was there before, but I think it is essential to the operations of this, cleanup to have strong public involvement. So I was just wondering if we wanted to say something about responding to HAB advice in a timely manner. Since this is our, anyway, I just thought,
In the text above the table, if you look at the last paragraph, we do have that. We do specify that in the text above the table in the last paragraph. That we invite, the board also requests a consolidated point by point advice, response to this advice from the TPA agency, blah, blah, blah. So we do put that there.
that's in the first page, or,
It's in a paragraph immediately above the
okay,
table
okay,
on page 2.
okay.
Doesn't say anything about time.
Are we, again, mixing subjects here? In one case, it's published comments, the other is provide educational source for the public. Maybe we should make C a separate one and include that second paragraph.
Do you like to take the last 2 sentences out of that paragraph and make it C-C?
Last one sentence. I only have one sentence. I just have 2 sentences on my copy.
I think one of you is referencing the table and the other, the paragraph.
Right.
So, I don't know if you can see the change behind you, Rob. Is this what you're asking for?
Yeah. For public involvement.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on this change?
You had a comment that you sent.
Right.
And suggested, and would you like to, for C-A, would you like to
Yeah.
articulate that here?
I discussed, I had to look it up here, find what I suggested. So I also suggested, this was really a follow-on, and it took me for a long time to discuss from CA, which got around to talk about safety culture. So I thought a good follow-up and probably some good way to get some feedback was to include expectation of performing an independent safety culture review to provide feedback on the effectiveness of the current state of overall Hanford safety culture. This review should involve Department of Energy, State of Ecology, and EPA. So the whole idea is, since safety culture is such a difficult thing, it's not like a typical audit, it's not like a typical review. It takes some really specialized talents to do something like this. And in my opinion, I'll share that with people, that an independent review by somebody who's really expert in doing this kind of safety culture review is an important factor to bring forward. So it's the whole idea what you're doing in this area. Do you folks have a good safety culture? Do you have the right values? Of course, on board with the management values regarding safety and performance. I think I set out the wording to committee so they can take a look at it.
Are you wanting to replace the first item with your,
Actually,
or as a separate entry into the table?
we could add it on to that, but it really is a separate thing. This is kind of specific to Hammer, CA, and I would see that as CC, which is for their own benefit, for our own benefit, for the different agencies' benefits. How's the safety culture at the Hammer site doing? That's really what I'm asking them to do. And it's a specialized review. I only know about 3 or 4 organizations that really do it well. I've done it before. I don't consider myself an expert in it. I've done it. I know how difficult it is to do. So that's my recommendation for the independency. It also gives them a sense of somebody else's look at it.
We, in the Tank Waste Committee, had a request to DOE for a presentation. And I'll read what this presentation was. We asked for a full board or a twist presentation on the DFY implementation of conduct of operations, DOE order 422.1, valuable perspective on the discipline, procedures, management, safety, response plans, integrated system management. Integrated safety management system and the quality assurance part of that site for the next 40 to 50 years. That's been our request to DOE for those presentations. I feel it's real important. And you can use any words from our request in that request there, if that's what you suggest.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think what you're asking, I want to say develops, safety culture develops this, but what we're really looking at is what are the core values of the managements, of the management teams? How are those practices being, are they part of the day-to-day operations of the workforces? That really gives you, and to get to that view takes some different approach. It's not an audit, it's not a review, it's not performance of that. It takes some of the skills in getting that done. So that's why I recommend you.
Right now, we have 4 items in this core operations. I want to throw this out for discussion. My gut feeling is we're getting away from typically what is meant by a cleanup priority, which is work, specific work that could be funded by Congress for appropriation. We're getting into things that I wonder if they're not better off as a standalone advice when we start talking about things related to culture or whatever. And it seems to me that some of these that we talked about would seem to me to be better as a standalone advice rather than something as a cleanup priority. They're related to be sure, but they're not something that you'll ever see in a PBS or baseline or something like that. They're related, but I'm thinking they might be better off as a standalone. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned that is this is what we wanted to have presented at a twist meeting. So then we could write advice according to what people feel. We knew, I mean, I know all these things exist. I know they got quality program. I know they got ISMS. I know there's a division in contractors from site to site. They're trying to integrate it together, but they really can't because of contract. But I think we need to hear this. That's all.
And I think you have a pretty valid point, but I'd also like to remind everybody, the whole point of ISM, integrated safety management, is to integrate ESMH into the operational aspects of doing business. So you could argue both ways, but what I think we got to be cautious of is saying, well, this is operations, but this is ESMH over here. You know, they're supposed to be integrated together. So it is part of your core operations is ESNH. That's my opinion on, that's why I think it should start there.
So do we have one more thing under there? Josh, what Rob originally said? Yeah.
Go ahead, Amber.
Well, I was thinking. Probably, I think what you're getting at is really interesting and important, but I'm just wondering if that's a topic that needs to be dug into more. By the board about asking for an independent, like that's like a policy topic for, that maybe hasn't, we're not quite there yet. With this particular list of cleanup priorities. But I do think we need to keep emphasizing the culture and a safe workplace culture, which we do discuss in the paragraph just preceding this. So as I understand it, the paragraph has a lot more info, like what our values are kind of in the paragraph. And then we're just pulling out very specific things for FY 2027, right, in the table.
Correct.
Yeah.
But to respond to what you just said, that policy exists, it exists today, it's existed for a long time. The whole idea of integrating ESNH, some places even Q is already there, it's an expectation. So I don't want us to send a message saying, well, it's okay, think about that separate from operations. It's not okay. That's what got us into trouble up until the 80s. But that's what we're doing. Let's get the job done. Oh, by the way, ESNH is over here on the side. No, those days were long gone for the last 15, 20 years. So that's how I perceive things. That's how I read it and have been involved in it. It's the same thing. The problem is I shouldn't have called it safety culture. They just should have said culture, which would have been operations, safety, quality, all of that stuff. So that's the message I think we should send, is that it is the same thing. It's not separate.
What I'm hearing is it's a priority for your seat, not only in fiscal year 27, but every year. Is that right?
Yeah, but the difference is here is we like to hear some feedback or feedback from somebody other than their own internal person. I've been there, I've talked this particular organization.
Let's leave it in. Mike, that's better off as standalone advice. Not that it's not important, but let's leave it in. We'll get more input tomorrow and we'll get more input in future IMT meetings.
See, what happens is every time I hear them saying, well, we're gonna do that separately, that's always a fail tick mark when I do the reviews. You just fail. Because it's not separate. It is your core operations.
Moving on to the tank waste subsection, the first one, A, DF law, maintain 24/7 tank waste vitrification operations with a goal of safely optimizing throughput. We will be in hot ops, hopefully well into hot ops in 2027. And hopefully starting to optimize after just getting started. The second one is supernatant cross-site transfer line. Complete design and initiate this construction, repairs, updates, whatever the design calls for. The cross-site supernatant transfer line to comply with milestone MO 42-03 by 2030. Going on into risk reduction. Make progress on the 300-296 cell remediation in accordance with the record of decision and monitor down gradient groundwater facetium and strontium. Next one is groundwater protection. Accelerate groundwater remediation efforts in the river corridor and central plateau through source reduction and by enhancing the efficiency and throughput of extraction well networks and pump and feed facilities in accordance with the M-024 series of milestones. C in that subsection, 100K and 100N records of decision. Implement the remedies specified by the records of decision for the 100K and 100N areas, assuming the records of decision are finalized by 2027. Just as a side, this is a little historical side, neither here nor there. In 2008, when CHPRC took over responsibility for the site, we realized that we probably didn't have enough data to write records of decision for the reactor areas. And so we had a major blitz of groundwater sampling over a 6-month period to try in a short period of time, get enough data that we felt we could write records of decision and do a proper job in IFS, feasibility study, and write records of decision. That was supposed to be done in 2009. So now we're hoping that the records of decision are finalized by 2027. That's just a,
So, a question,
yeah.
are we trying to say finalized by 2027 or 2028?
No, we want them to be, if they're finalized in 2027.
Finalized in 2027?
Yeah.
By.
So we want them to, we want to start implementing those records if in fact they're finalized by 2027.
Status of those two RODs.
Pardon?
What is the status of those rods right now?
I think you'll hear us updated at the CAR meeting tomorrow.
Speaking of which, Chris, just since we're talking about record of decision, so are we assuming that the 324 building record of decision will be, because there'll be a change made to that as well?
We're assuming that, and in fact, the draft record of the draft proposed plan has just been submitted to ecology now. And so given the length of the various comment periods that are going to have, we have 2 years, almost 3 years to get them finalized by 2027. And in fact, I think if I remember right, I didn't bring it, done me. In the last 5-year work plan, I think it calls for in 2027 initiation or completion of the remediation of building 324. I forget the exact words,
Yeah.
but I think we're in sync with that item.
Wishful thinking.
Well, you work there, what's your guess? And the last item here, waste site characterization. Initiator continue characterization cleanup of waste sites in the Central Plateau, for example, and it gives a number of them. To accelerate submittal of remedial investigation feasibility studies, RIFS documents. We've had this in the last several years cleanup priorities. And they've kind of been ignored and they've gone into renegotiation of milestones for these. But we feel it's important enough in terms of constituencies that if we can get funding for it, they ought to start. But this is one where we're letting DOE know, tri-party agencies know that this is really important to us. And we just don't want it shoved out there indefinitely into the future. Waste management through waste. Accelerate or continue.
Before we go on to waste management, I think you made a very good point there, Becky. Should we be rethinking RA regarding, because that's not much of a commitment, make progress. I don't know what that means. People, do you want to maybe tie the ROD to that? Subject matter expert.
This was reworded and the Make Progress came out of the rewording of the IM team.
But it is kind of vague.
It is.
And
It could be defined in many, progress could be defined in many different ways.
I moved one teaspoon full of dirt. I made progress.
So,
But it's
Yeah.
intentional, it's because the record of decision hasn't been,
Yeah.
the amended record of decision hasn't been finalized on which of the two options they're gonna go forward with. Yeah, so it's intentionally vague, but Rebecca, if you have any suggestion. No, I mean, I've read the feasibility study.
But it's softer words than anything else we've used it elsewhere in the document. We say accelerate, continue, implement. We use hard words. This one is different and it's very, very soft. I think too soft.
About complete the record of decision. So that it's completed, so they can start cleaning up the site legally. Complete the record of decision.
Becky, this is your building. What do you think is realistic?
Well, when we put down here below by finalized, assuming that the record of decision is finalized by 2027, put that for the other records of decision. I don't know, I mean,
Whatever 324 disease, there deserves to be the first one in that category.
well, what we could do, when it says in accordance with the record of decision, we could put, assuming that it is completed,
Yeah.
finalized by 2027, and then go on and monitor downgrading.
Right.
Groundwater for season expansion. We could add that same phrase up here.
I'm hoping it's gonna be done by 2027, but how many public comments?
Isn't it just revising the existing, right?
It is, it's not a whole new record
Yeah.
of decision, it's a revision. But they still have to decide on which, their focus feasibility study, which remedy they're gonna do.
Richard may have some thoughts on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me jump in there. Are we getting too specific? I mean, we are, the dates, that's not really, I just don't see a need to put a specific date in. That's just, in some of the previous ones I've been listening in, and I really don't look forward to going through safety culture rat hole again. We spent 3 years on it in the past. A lot of the con ops stuff that had previously was discussed before, that's going to be part of that should have been part of the readiness review for the startup. I guess I'm just a little concerned we're just spinning words just to spin words. That's all.
How about, based on what Josh is doing, assuming the record of decision is completed, comma, get rid of the date. Implement the 300-296 soil remediation, get rid of the in accordance with the record of decision, and monitor down gradient groundwater for cesium and strontium. Does that work? It's
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
It's just, stronger language.
stronger and it's precise.
And it is our priority.
It is our priority. It's what we care about.
We can't control, how fast or slow it's gonna be, we're saying to DOE, this is
That is important to us. Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Richard?
Gotta put another word in there, though, somewhere.
Yeah, that's much better. I mean, the 324 is our priority. That's what we're trying to say. Go do it. We're not trying to say we're not in control of how or when per se, but as soon as possible.
There is a ROD already, so should be the ROD, revision is completed.
There'll be a revision, yes.
Right, so I think it'd be clear that way. Record of decision revision.
Amendment, I think is the.
Whatever. Whatever's technically correct word is.
Line from EPA to confirm that wording.
I think amendment is a more appropriate word.
Everyone's satisfied.
It's an amended ROD, it's not a revised ROD.
Right.
In circular ease.
Doing a quick web search, I'm seeing the term amended pop up on EPA's website for records of decision. So don't want to, quote for EPA, but that seems to be the right word for you guys.
Are we okay with this now? Then let's go back down to waste management, starting.
Hold on. C, finalized by 2027. When in 2027? What are we talking about there? Fiscal year, calendar year?
Take out that date as well.
Yeah, do we even need the date?
Because the advice is for.
The fiscal year 2027.
Just say it's the records of decision are
If we
finalized.
don't need the date, I'd rather remove the date.
Or finalized period.
Yeah. So we'll just take out the by 2027.
We may have some insight from the back of the room.
I'm not sure if I actually have a voice in this conversation, but I would be remiss if I don't make the observation that the ROD for 100K, 100N may likely need to be amended for the new hex chrome health issues. That's an EPA function at the moment, but if that if that amended ROD has to go out for public comment and get revised, I'm not sure a 2027 date is.
It won't just be those records of decision.
Correct.
The records of decision for everything that has.
Right. And that, if you're coming up and getting that specific on a completion of the date, I throw that in for consideration.
I think at this time, with the hexavalent chromium issues in terms of risk, I think we need to leave that alone. Because the last time Dave Einem mentioned it, at our last board meeting, he said they didn't know where EPA was going with it yet. Until EPA knows where it's going, I don't think we should try and assume anything.
So I'm listening to this, kind of two things story. I think what maybe this citizens advisory board should be saying is that we want to see things happen quicker, faster, better. Another year's delay, 2 more years delay, 324. Maybe the bigger picture is, we're saying all of these things should be done, it should be done. But it seems like to me, the real issue is, if I'm a man on the street or a woman on the street or a person on the street, excuse me, why can't we get this done faster? Maybe we should be challenging them and the agencies to say, look, some of this there needs to be a better pathway to make these kind of actual activities happen faster than they are now, or more expedient, whatever word you want to use. That's, I guess, just sit back and look at this. Why is that going to wait till 2028? Why is it going to take 2 years to just, why we as the citizens should not be happy with that. We should not be happy with it taking 2 years, 3 years to come to a decision to get things done.
Can I come back to a little history? Brian Vance says that probably the most important advice we ever give is our priorities advice. And the reason is that he shows up for the list of his plan for the next 5 years. He'll tell you, right, I don't have enough money to do all that. Okay, I don't have that in my budget. And so I use your priorities to help guide me on what's important to distribute that to for that period of time. Or just planning people or whatever. But the point is that there's only so much money. They've already planned outlays like this for the next 5 years. Again, we can look at these and say, pick our priorities from these that he plans on spending money on. But we also have our own particularities, especially in more of the less costly or soft ones, you know, to answer us. So I put that in that perspective is that we could ask for the entire world here. But these priorities are going to be used by Brian to help form the next up to 2030. So every year he issues a new 5-year plan. And the ones that haven't happened yet get slid around, or maybe our priorities that are put in their places for completion. I just think that we just keep how this information is going to be used.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But my thinking is, we're not here to provide Brian with some specific information, help him decide on that. We're here to represent what do the citizens want. What the citizens want is to get the damn job done as quick as we can. And if they're, instead of saying, well, he's looking at this, it's got budget constraints, you know, let's have all 3 groups look at. All of these are certainly priorities and they may get beaten around because of budgets. But why not them step outside of the box a little bit and say, what can we do to get this process in a better position to get things done? Quicker is cheaper. I worry about quality, sure, I know the 3 sides of the triangle, but it just strikes me when we do this, we're helping them, yes, but are we really telling them what is the concerns of the citizens of this area? The concerns is money. That is what the citizens are concerned about. And so.
Time out.
Yeah.
Let's get through the rest of the table. This is a good discussion, and then we'll come back and have this discussion.
Very good. That just hit me.
Okay, waste management, true waste. Okay, accelerate. There we go. Continue the certification of true waste to enable full-scale shipment of true waste to the waste isolation pilot plant at FY 2028. Next one, waste and encapsulation storage facility. Complete transfer of cesium and strontium capsules to dry storage.
And can I mention that in this waste management, I had encouraged on the previous draft that we include the results from TBI to be presented to us. And it kind of got scratched. But I want a decision on TBI and whether or not we're going to go forward. We've got all of us are sitting there pontificating on they gonna run liquids or not, solids or not, build a ground here, no, get Permatex, get, you know, whatever. Is it gonna make the regulation? Who does the regulations? We have all that stuff. We need answers on it, and it needs to be a priority because the sooner we deliquify the site, the better off position we're gonna be for moving waste around, and we can speed things up. I mean, the reason why you can't get 3 or 4 crews all draining tanks right now is because they don't have a place to put the liquid.
Well, as I emailed you, Rob, I think a lot of the discussion said, is that something that should be done before 2027?
Yeah.
Now, no one disagreed with that, but do you want to wait till 2020, have this in 2027 to say that, or do we need to say it now or in FY 26? I think that was the key that we discussed. You, was that
Our understanding is that we're gonna be hearing something back spring of 2025 was the last update we heard at the Tanks Committee from Richard Valle. So it doesn't seem appropriate to be asking for an update or information about a test that would have been completed this year for 2027.
Yeah, I understand it, but at this point, I hold no faith for it to be completed this year. You know, unless we start moving on it, clear some regulations, and are able to transport things around.
It's gonna be
Not gonna
completed,
happen.
Rob. It's already it's been in progress the last 6 to 7 months. DOE completed the pre-treatment activities late last year. They've been working to do the sampling and stuff. It's gonna happen, and they have to do it by the end. Our permit for this activity, that ecology issue, the permit's only effective until I think July.
Right.
So it's gonna be done. And if there needs to be an extension, they'll talk to us about it, but it's gonna be done. They've been following all the steps in this, so.
It's, well, we first proposed this in 2018.
That was,
And now it's how many years later? And it's just silly how we have to wait. Look at the bid plan, last in 07. We're never getting, I mean, it's like, I don't know, 18, like 20 years later. I mean, seriously.
Rob, I think that on that TBI thing, and we've talked about it before, I think there's a standalone advice that'd be really appropriate for anything related to TBI as opposed to this. I mean, that's what I think.
And
Not that you're wrong in the slightest bit. Where is the best place to put it?
But we still have not got our technical presentation from DOE on route. We've heard plans, but we've asked for it. As long as I've been, chairman of the committee, we've been asking for, what is your plan? Write it down, put it down. We've got proposed coming out of FFRDC reports. We got proposed out of option studies, been proposed things, but nothing's written down.
Well, look, here's a good
Maybe
analogy.
I'm in the dark.
Here's a good analogy. 3 years ago, we wrote a separate advice on leaking tanks. Right? And then in the work priority advice that followed that fall, we put that it is to implement that plan. So there was a kind of a dual thing. The advice was a standalone lake taking advice, and we put in the work priority was implement that plan on any currently leaking tanks. And I think that was good. But the key was standalone advice was a leaking tank advice. We didn't say write a plan on leaking tanks in the work priority. We said implement the plan for this advice. Previous. And I think that would be an analogy with the TBI. Have it as a standalone advice. And then depending on what the nature of that standalone advice is, we can say implement it or do something. Maybe in FY20, next year or whenever. But I see it as a standalone advice company.
I say it's gonna be done before 27.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on the frustration about not getting the technical presentations that we've been promised. That is a hot spot with me too. But this is the list of activities that we think are important to our constituency that the site should be working on during fiscal year 27. So it's not that come back to us, this is what the city of Pasco thinks is important that the Hanford site work on. So I kind of err with.
I'm okay with that. But again.
I know, I feel your frustration.
That's why it's not there, is because hopefully we'll have it done. And we get a report, and we get a conclusion, and we get a path forward. Are they gonna do it or not?
No.
Rob, in what you submitted to me, there were 2 other things too that were in the same lines. It's, hey, we don't have a plan. What is DOE gonna do? It's a decision. And all those could be wrapped up in an advice topic. Plan A, plan B, plan C, and there are several items there that you pointed out that we don't know what the heck's gonna happen. We need a plan, we need some discussion on it, and I think all of those will fit in an advice topic.
Keep in mind, we do have additional chances to make additions or changes to this table. One tomorrow during the committee meetings, and then again, when it's presented to the full board, or potentially somewhere between with the leadership. So you will probably hear more about TBI between those points.
Oh, that means, yeah.
Okay. Site infrastructure. Highway safety. I took this out of the advice 319 on traffic safety, because a lot of that advice seemed to be related to the widening the route for us from 2 lanes to 4. And we didn't get a response on that from DOE. So Becky, comments on this? Keep it in, reword it? What do you think? Pardon? For a minute. Okay. Going on to the next one.
Okay.
Sanitary water system. Initiate cross tie of sanitary water system between 200 areas. The alternative is at least 100 porta potties, I guess. And the third one came out, create alternative methods of steam generation to the current diesel powered units.
So where are we still using steam? Sorry.
Pardon?
Where are we using steam generation? What's this about?
Well, there are, steam generators in the WTP that are used for diesel fire. But the big volume is the emergency diesels. And that's you need to click on in so many seconds after the power interruption and et cetera, et cetera. And those are all big diesel engines.
So that's for city. It's not steam generation.
That's right.
Well, should we add to the current diesel powered units in the WTP? So
Utilization.
well, there's some location for these.
But, well, also the evaporators, you know, in there, let's see, most of them are, a liquid coil, steam coil that goes around the base of the evaporator. Okay, that's fired by the steam plant.
So we could just leave it here because there are multiple places.
Yeah, I think as a general rule, it shows that we're looking forward to a time where we don't use those. But, if people would like to recall the fact that we had once had in about 2013 or so, an order coming down that we had to consider replacing all of our diesel generators with gas turbines. And we would use the gas from the line between Pasco and Spokane. But then the cost of going a river crossing through there said that it was just cost prohibitive to do that, even though, you know, they were saying that there's a chance that they'd be on long-term operation with the diesels, and that would be 1 tanker truck a day, so to speak.
So we're okay with it.
I think so. I think as a general thing, you're great.
Let's check in with Richard. He may have some thoughts on this. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess two questions. One was the sanitary water system. Where are we getting the information about that improvement?
Brian Vance. He put it in his plans.
Okay. As far as power generation, they're still playing with those small nuke plants out there. And I wouldn't be surprised the way I've seen some discussions that they might be trying to run a steam line out to the small modular nuke plant in proximity to WTP that they could get a steam line to. But Do we want to say evaluate alternatives or pursue alternatives?
Well, I think we want to evaluate what they are first.
There's no,
Like third priority in that group. Is that a high priority?
I'm not quite sure that's I don't, is this really a what should be on the priority list? I mean, they've already discounted the gas line. I think in some aspects, we've even discussed that the fact that there's just as much shipment of coal as diesel fuel. And it's, it'd be a great clean coal demonstration project. But anyway, I don't know. I just don't see it as a high priority item.
I think if we want to go forward with something like this and recommend it, we ought to do it as a separate advice.
Chris, do you remember who suggested this one? Was this Tom? You?
And so it's maybe,
And Souls contributed to it, but I think it was Tom that suggested it in the first place.
I wonder if we could leave it on since he's not able to attend this call because he's driving here now. If we could leave it on for tomorrow's, in case, just as we'd like to take this off, but we want to let you know as a courtesy.
For clarity of process, each committee's comments are being tracked separately, and the IA team will take this after the fact to consolidate them. So what Tom sees will be the same thing we started with.
Shouldn't we be sharing what we got through today?
Yeah, I assume that this version would be used tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's an iterative process, not a consolidated.
Josh, maybe in parentheses here, you could put words, committees recommended deleting, or something like that. For the presentation tomorrow.
Clarity, that was across the way in last year. We can change that for this year.
That's good.
Yes, I'm good with that. I was trying to mull it over in my head if we needed to add anything else, but we're gonna be talking about in response to that.
So should we leave this in?
The highway, yeah, yes,
Okay.
yeah,
And is the wording okay?
yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Okay. What I'd like to do before we open up the general discussion again, is I'd like to go back to the words above the table. In the second paragraph on page 2, under advice, because this has to do with safety. We say, accordingly, it is imperative that DOE continue to prioritize and implement Hanford worker and public safety practices. Extend the use of Hanford facility to emphasize operation safety and communicate to the Hanford workforce and public how the safety culture of the site will be maintained as expanded as work continues to transition into an operations mode.
Okay, so are you saying that's not being done at Hammer today?
Yeah.
Because that's, from my
I
knowledge,
can tell you the training with the workers at the vet plant yet is not being done.
that's, okay, that, yeah, they
So
built their
that's-
own training facilities.
Yeah.
But that's not saying,
Maybe once all, another 5 or 10 years, once those companies all go away, this would be a true thing.
yeah,
And they can all be united.
but it's not saying there's two separate things going on right now. That's not saying that. It's
Implying that it's one.
like I said, my first reaction listening, seeing that is, because if you ask the Hammer guys, they're doing all that right now.
True, yeah, that's what I was saying. Can we have some examples of like what's not being done there?
Yeah.
What do we need? Just for my own mind, what could we expand there to make this goal come to fruition, I guess, you know, like what is not being done?
That's, I agree with you. That's exactly where I'm at. You're saying expand it to do something that everybody's gonna think is already being done. So what's that universe you're thinking that needs to be done?
What if we took the words extend the use of the Hammer facility and deleted those and just say emphasize operation safety and communicate blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna say, they're gonna think they're already doing that.
I think being so
What
specific.
do they say about safety? They're already doing that though.
Right.
I think when you're calling out Hammer specifically, I mean, there's training that goes on across the
Right.
site that's not specifically done at Hammer. And like I said, there's a lot of training, well, at VicLab, you know, they have their own training facility.
Yeah.
They don't use Hammer.
What is the goal? Is it to consolidate all training at Hammer? Or, and I don't.
The original wording that we took out of the table and decided to put here on M team was, we wanted to make sure that as we go into an operations mode, that the safety training, safety culture emphasizes operations aspect. You know, not just the project aspect, but operations. Because in a few years, the whole site's gonna be in operations, and we wanna make sure that the safety culture emphasizes operations type of work.
Okay, I'm gonna show you these statements, with the focus on Hammer, does not say that. Does not agree with that. The focus here in this stuff is on Hammer, and you're talking a culture. You're talking that conduct of ops, site operations, safety culture, ISM, all of that stuff. That is much broader than Hammer, which is a physical building.
You know, what we don't believe the impression was is we think Hammer is the only answer. If you're a project manager or operations manager, you're gonna go in the most cost effective way you can. In-house, out of house, or at the facility.
As long as there's hard to do that. Yeah. So long as there's multiple contracts out there, you can't force anyone. You can't force the operations of the bid plan to train people like people working the site, tank trainers.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, and the Hammer board, as I understand, is constantly looking at how to make themselves more available and provide more services to the complex. But yeah, they're not unique. I mean, we got a conversation when we were back at Oak Ridge about Oak Ridge has a similar to Hammer facility. So, but what you said as the original was something very different than just Hammer.
Well, this is a Tom item, and what he said is extend the use of Hammer to ensure that as we transition into operations, that the site safety culture is maintained. But he had Hammer and operations in there, and we took it out and put it here, and then we wanted this CA in core operations there, and that's why we have Hammer again there in CA.
And he is driving right now, so he is not available to.
Right.
Yeah.
Until.
I would suggest we take the word, take Hammer out of the equation.
That's what I thought, just
Because it's all encompassing, it's all important. And it doesn't necessarily have to be done by Hammer.
remove
I
the
totally
words
agree,
extend the
because you're
use
talking
of
about a
Hammer
culture, not about a facility.
Say DOE, we put the 40. It's too expensive.
That's why they get a lot of work from other agencies.
324, we do our own specific training there as well. Before people can even go backside, they have to take our training, dress on rest. They get the Brad Worker training at Hammer, but if they want to go backside at 324, they have to take our specific training. So, Hammer doesn't do that. The facilities, are gonna do their own training as well.
Then let's go down to C-A. Operation safety, evaluate whether additional costs and market for handlers, blah, 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 are needed.
I would just say.
I think that discussion we have applies to this just as well.
It does, very much so. I mean, because I don't see us saying we want Hammer to be better as a priority. We want site safety. We want a safe work culture.
And I think, again, if you just take out at the Hammer facility, because props and mock-ups are going to be beneficial to improve worker safety. Different facilities already have mock-ups that they use, and they should continue to use.
But that's so far in the weeds. I have trouble because it's so far in the weeds.
What
The safe, evaluate whether additional props and mock-ups would be beneficial. I mean, the answer is always going to be,
You could say, continue to utilize props and mock-ups.
it just feels like it's in the weeds to me.
Oh, so you're saying don't have it at all?
I'm saying it's like up at, if we're talking about site culture and pod operations and that, it's like, okay, that's, like I said, that's culture too. And education culture, not the getting into the weeds of, okay, what kind of widget do you use to demonstrate the training? What kind of building are you gonna build? If we're concerned with, make sure people understand how to do the work safely.
Becky, are you gonna be at the meetings tomorrow by any chance? Becky's gonna be here and Tom will be here tomorrow.
I think.
Then let's have this discussion tomorrow. We'll have all parties, including the party that suggested it.
But yeah, to me, it feels in the weeds.
Yeah.
The level of the discussion is trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve.
Exactly.
Yeah, different people have different versions of the problem. Every one of our contractors is gonna be judged for their payment from the government on their safety culture.
Always is.
Always is, always will be. So, they get dinged really bad when they have problems.
Yes, I agree. I think this one it just feels so.
Yeah. They made.
Like Chuck says, what are we trying to solve here? What work are we trying to tell them is important to do?
Well, here's another view too. We've heard Brian Vance say at the last two board meetings, or the last two places where he's given an overview, that he feels that we're out of step with where the site's going. He has said that explicitly.
We the have.
We the have. And so I think where the site's going, and he keeps iterating, we're going into an operation, operations. We're not a project-oriented site anymore. It's gonna be an operations site. And so I think the thoughts here on the safety discussions is given that safety is so important to everything that's done at Hanford, we wanted to try and get the fact that, yeah, we're going in an operations mode, but that's going to affect safety, and we want to make sure that our safety culture is maintained as we go in operations mode, because things are going to be different. We'll be working with it differently. So I think that's what we're trying to say. So, and maybe we can think about it and come up with better ways to say it tomorrow. In the text above the table or as item in the table?
Ed, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things, and I agree with you, that's what you did say. But I've got one problem is we're being Our job is not to align ourselves with him. We're to provide a different perspective of what they are doing. We are not here to follow suit. We as an organization that represents citizens advisories, all that, it doesn't matter whether we are in alignment with him. This is how we're taking all of the organizations and the surveys and everything. And this is what is the priority from the advisory board. We're not to align ourselves with him. That's not the point. There needs to be a discussion within that. That's not where. And the second thing is, I know why he's saying we're going to an operational site, but it's an operations in the middle of an overall project. The end point is not the operations. There's still other things going on. That operations facility has an endpoint. And then that endpoint becomes part of the overall plan of the fate of the Hanford site. So I get it, but if he truly believes that, that's a little bit of a problem too. There's still a bunch of other things that's gonna happen on the site, other than just vitrification.
And I'll tell you, I'm not unique in this room, but I've been through a nuclear project or nuclear organization that went through construction and into operations.
Yeah.
And was operating and still at the same time was constructed.
Right.
I understand conduct of ops and safety culture and all of the realities of it. There isn't a line of a wall or a door you walk through. It's all, are you doing work safely? Do you know what you're doing? It isn't one or the other.
And even with, like, you're talking about an operating the nuclear power plant and operating it, it still has an endpoint. It has a project life, even though the vast majority of it is operation.
Right, so I have issues too, because,
Plus tough.
you know, it's just, I don't know what the objective is, but I agree with you. Our job, our charter is to provide advice.
But whether it aligns with his or not.
Right.
Just
To provide advice of what our constituents
Yes.
are concerned about.
Is there a marker of safety we could approach, say, 0 accidents? Or we support applying everything you can to no road accidents, or
I think just being a safety guy, I'd say that's a bad path to go down to.
Yeah.
But for safety-oriented organizations, for which DOE certainly, and all their contractors are certainly oriented towards safety, and because they get penalized if they don't. And to have those companies and their programs are operating at maximum efficiency now. Okay, so what are we gonna do? What are we gonna recommend? Be more safe than you were before when you were safe enough?
That's where the whole concept of safety culture versus safety requirements, but they're not gonna have a perfect safety record. Nobody has. One of the questions I would always, I would be talking to the executives of the new companies on board and said, you're gonna make mistakes. What I wanna know is what you're gonna do when you have these mistakes. What's gonna be that? What are you gonna do to correct them, diminish them? Like that. The whole thing about safety culture, what is that management's values? Looking behind is if you have a really good safety culture and you have a really good integrated safety management, you become more efficient. It's not add-on. It's not, oh my God, we got to go through another one of these things. One of the things you need to do is have them show you that, yeah, this is integrated and it's made our operations better, not added on like it used to be back in the 90s, in the early 2000s. You did the core operations, and oh, by the way, over here is environmental requirements, health and safety requirements, social requirements, and that's just stuff to, we just got to go do that. And it's what ISM was all about. No, that is part of your core operations. Bring it all together. So.
Okay. What I like people to do is for this discussion tomorrow, specifically, what do we want to put under core operations? Anything about safety? And maybe everybody could write down, if you have what you think, something in the 2 or 3 lines that we could put in there that we could specifically look and talk about. And then similarly, we can get around to that text in the paragraph above the table where we mention safety too. And we can wordsmith that, change it, delete it. But I think tomorrow, let's try and come up with, finalize what we want to say in the words and in the table about safety. Given the discussion that we've had today. Is that all right with everybody? Sure.
To tell you a story though, in the earlier days, in the Hanford site, when you're driving out to work, there was a big billboard, 300 area. Huge one, be safe, no lost time accidents. This, how many days since last time accidents? Don't kill anybody here.
Okay, so we got a break.
So
Madam
yeah,
Chair.
it sounds like we have reached that agreement. We will be through 2 different committees. So we're reviewing this advice from a different lens tomorrow, but safety can still be considered.
Josh, I'll get with you after the safety committee meeting and see just what we have based on all the discussion that we're gonna talk about tomorrow.
And with that,
I think we have a full page, 2 pages of discussion notes.
with that, the COE is adjourned and the LIDS is taking a break. We will return at 2 o'clock for a discussion on the Beryllium
Be
program.
back for the riveting Beryllium program discussion. All here, and just as enthusiastic as you are right now.
Looks like we reached 2 o'clock. We're live again and ready for our Beryllium program discussions. Seems like we have several new people who have joined us. Who will be leading this?
So,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna introduce.
Go ahead.
So this is Dr. Jordan Firestone, with Innomedic Health. They're the new contractor for, our Camper Worksite District Physicals, the medical contractor here. He's going to be giving us a, Beryllium program update.
That's right, and with Chris Nelson here as well.
Yep, so I'm Chris Nielsen, work for Hanford Mission Integration Solutions. It's the infrastructure contractor for the Hanford site. I'm the manager of the Occupational Safety Industrial Hygiene Program Organization, and within that, we have a sub-org, the Site-Wide Safety Standards Group. They facilitate our site-wide committees, and the Chronic Beryllium Disease Prevention Program is one of them. So if we discussed and thought it'd be good to join. I can help discuss portions of the program and turn it over to Dr. Firestone for the medical aspect.
And I don't know if you wanted introductions of the other new folks, let's do that. Of course, I can't do this alone. We have a cast of at least 100 different personnel, and among them are our epidemiologist, John Franco, and our Beryllium program case coordinator, Romana Wentz. And new to our team, happy to have him on board, our risk communicator physician, Dr. Tom Lowers.
Welcome.
And Bob McDowell in the back is our industrial hygiene technical advisor with HMIS. He's our beryllium subject matter expert.
So we didn't want to presume a certain level of knowledge. I'm sure all of you know a little bit about beryllium, but at least as the sort of setting the stage, Chris was going to start out with a little bit of the history of beryllium and safety and health related to that hazard here at Hanford. Sure.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep this brief, and if you guys have any specific questions on any elements of the program, I'm happy to answer them. For those of you that don't know, beryllium is a lightweight durable metal that had widespread industrial applications, particularly in the nuclear industry, where it was used in fuel element assemblies, the maintenance of specific non-sparking tools, and other components. With its use out on the Hanford site, there was a contamination of a number of facilities, and we've had a number of occupational exposures. Back in about 1999, DOE established the Chronic Beryllium Disease Prevention Program. There's a federal regulation associated with that. And each of the site contractors had to implement that program. In around 2009, there was a consensus that a site-wide program needed to be established for certain industrial hygiene and industrial safety areas and work activities where there were common activities being performed across the site by the various contractors, and common control measures and practices needed to be put in place, especially with the dynamic way that work is conducted. We have people that are matrix from one company to another. And so the site-wide committees were established. They developed site-wide programs and procedures. One of those is the Chronic Beryllium Disease Prevention Program. These committees are comprised of representatives from each of the contractors. It has representatives from DOE, from each contractor, as well as contractor bargaining unit representatives. The committee's mission is to take input from activities, take those into account, look at the programs and procedures, adjust them as needed. With that, there are impacts to training. So we have a pretty robust training program related to the Beryllium program. A few of the code courses, we've got Beryllium worker. We've got training for fieldwork supervisors, planners, schedulers, folks that are performing sampling activities out in the field, as well as like posting and labeling requirements. And so it ensures that anybody who has any sort of beryllium work activities or responsibilities with a certain portion of the program, that they're receiving the training they need to perform it consistently across the Hanford site. A couple other aspects of the program that I'll hit on briefly was exposure limits. So the Hanford site has established an action limit that is half of the OSHA permissible exposure limit. And the purpose for that is to be proactive and ensuring that if we do have work activities that were to get to that level, that we are putting measures in place to control and prevent exposures. Anytime we have a beryllium work activity that there's a potential for the action level to be exceeded, personal monitoring is required, and it's also available to workers anytime they request in the course of performing those activities. A big part of the program is the characterization and verification of the facilities out on site. So the CBDPP program that's implementing procedures get into a lot of detail on how to sample, characterize our facilities, and give that sort of guidance. And there's been a considerable effort over the years to establish a baseline inventory of the status of all the facilities out on site. That inventory is available both to employees out on site as well as the general public. I don't have the link with me, but I can share that if you guys would like access to that. And it does give you a breakdown of current facilities on site, what their statuses are. And you can also go back and look at demolished facilities. So if somebody was interested in, I worked out here, back in the day in these facilities, I'd like to know kind of what the status of that was, they can kind of access that. With that, anytime there is a change in facility status, we update that inventory within 30 days. It is used by our planners and schedulers out on site if they're going to assign folks out to different facilities, that they get the right controls in their work packages and so forth. And then lastly, before I turn it over to Dr. Firestone, the program does give a lot of direction on conducting hazard assessments and how all that feeds into our work management, work control processes to make sure that when our folks go out to do beryllium related work activities, that they're doing it safely, that it's being evaluated up front, and proper control measures are being put in place. When folks are hired out onto the Hanford site or with any of the contractors, we do have a system that I won't get too much into the details on, but it's an employee job task analysis. So the manager and the employees sit upon initial assignment. They review their work activities, They determine whether they're going to be performing anything related to beryllium, and if so, they're enrolled in a beryllium worker medical surveillance program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any final expectations if a building is considered ready for the public? Do you have expectations set up to what beryllium levels should be within those facilities? We're gonna turn it over to the public. What are the expectations for beryllium?
So we do have in our, in some of the implementing procedures, we do have clear surface sample limits that we're, and it's basically set at our control level for both like a surface or a bulk sample is set at the background level that you would see in the soil in this community or in this area. And so in order to be a beryllium cleared facility, you would have to be below the control levels.
So is it a control level in the background or a control level based on risk minimization for the people, public? In other words, you're not trying to take it back to the background, or you have select level.
So to be beryllium cleared, they'd have to be below background.
I don't understand. How can
So maybe it's worth saying that in the natural occurring environment, there's some beryllium in the dirt. So we call that the background. You can have an indoor facility that's cleaner than the outside dirt. So that's, I think, the concept is has to be at least at or below the natural.
I would like to ask why, but I'll defer to that. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think beryllium is a great model for really the history of occupational health and safety in many ways. We knew back in the 1940s, I guess, was the first cases of people whose health was affected by beryllium. And it took a few decades until the 90s when we understood a little more about the ways that beryllium would affect a person. And so that's when they developed ability to recognize disease or illness and recognize when a person is affected. And so in the late 1990s, there was this adoption of the new CBDPP 10 and CFR 850 regulation. And a big part of that hinged on the ability to actually do medical screening. And that's what we do in the clinic when people are assigned work that might expose them to residual beryllium in the work site. We know that beryllium affects people primarily their lungs, the breathing system. And so the tests that we rely upon include the blood test that I mentioned, the lung x-ray, or a breathing test. You blow in a tube and see how much air you can move. Those are the screening tests that we utilize when we see a worker and want to determine whether they've been affected. In the early, let's say the first decade of the 2000 era, there was an increasing number of people who were recognized to have health consequences. You go from 2010 till 2020, I think of that period after the beryllium review that happened in 2009, 2010. That decade, you can look at the data and it looks a little bit more sort of steady state, sort of flat. And I think I'm optimistic in saying, or confident in saying that over the last 5 years, since 2020, there's been a clearly fewer people affected and fewer people developing disease. And so I think it's in many ways, it's a story of success of occupational health and safety. The facility inventory that Chris mentioned, the number of facilities has gone down over the years as they've been decommissioned and demolished. And so the opportunities for exposure have come down. Along with that, we've seen in the last few years a slightly decreasing number of workers who are in the beryllium surveillance program. We presume it's because there are fewer locations where there may be workers. We've gotten better at identifying the activities that are risky, and we've focused that so that the number of workers who are potentially exposed has come down. And as we've heard, the level of exposures or permissible exposures have come down. When the regulation first was implemented, the best science was based on, 1970s sort of data. We've come forward since then, and so the allowable limits have come down in parallel with that. And so if we talk about the most recent period of time, just to throw out a few numbers, we have currently in the Beryllium surveillance worker program about 2,350 workers enrolled. There is also a voluntary program, people who may not be actually assigned Beryllium work, but who are nonetheless potentially concerned, potentially exposed. They can voluntarily participate in the same sort of screening. And we have about 440 people in that program. I'm pleased to say that in the last 5 years, the number of positive, or let's say non-normal Beryllium blood tests has come down quite a bit. So we test this many people each year. Out of them, roughly 1% or so have been non-normal. So that's better than in the first decade. It was around 15 or 20% of people would have a non-normal blood test. If we recognize that a person has a positive blood test, their body is reacting badly to beryllium. They haven't yet developed disease, lung disease, but they could get there if we allowed it to continue. This is where the idea of medical removal comes up, and we protect workers who have shown this early warning sign by not allowing them to continue to do work where they may be exposed to beryllium. And I can say that in the last 5 years, we have not had anyone presenting with the disease, even though we've had a handful of people who show that they've become sensitized or sort of allergic to beryllium based on that blood test. In that medical removal group, there currently are around 90 people who work on site who are in a permanent removal group, and about 20 who are in a temporary pattern while we're waiting for more information on their evaluation. If we see somebody who's developed sensitization or this positive beryllium blood test, sometimes they are interested in more detailed evaluation. We routinely refer them to nationally recognized centers of excellence, including Denver National Jewish Health and Cleveland Clinic, where they go for more, let's say, invasive or more detailed evaluation than what we can provide here on site. As I mentioned, on site, we do breathing tests, x-rays, and blood tests. If they go for a referral to Denver or Cleveland, then that often involves a more detailed CAT scan or CT scan of their lungs. They may undergo a mildly invasive procedure, a bronchoscopy, where they remove maybe a piece of biopsy tissue from the lungs, look at it under the microscope, do beryllium test on the fluid that they can collect from in the lungs. They also have them doing a more elaborate evaluation of the heart and lung function than we can provide comprehensive pulmonary function tests and exercise physiological evaluation to see whether they've developed any limitations that could be related to beryllium. So they have a more elaborate and invasive detailed evaluation that's available. I think those were the main topics that I wanted to share. Here's my list. Here it is. Counseling. Of course, we always want, if a person's going to be removed, well, if they're assigned to the beryllium surveillance program to begin with, we explain to them what sorts of testing that we do, what they can expect from the results. If they develop sensitization and need to recommend removal, we counsel them on what that might mean. So we want them to understand how their health may have been affected and what they can do to stay well in the long run. So I think that probably covers what we had prepared. I'm curious what questions you all might have, or thoughts about the program, how we can, meet your needs.
Becca has the first question, then we'll go to Ed.
So thank you for your presentation, both of you. I covered a lot of what I've been looking for. I'm wondering though, if you may not have the numbers with you, but I'm wondering how many, since inception of this program, how many workers on the Hanford site have tested positive for Beryllium, either Beryllium disease or both, sensitivity and Beryllium disease.
We do have some of those numbers. I will say that, maybe to answer that, we know with our on-site data, how many people may have developed those conditions while actively still employed. People will retire, leave, move on, and we lose track of them. So when we talk about how many people have developed with our numbers, just to understand, these are people who we've been able to recognize while they were employed. Once people retire or separate from DOE employment, they do have the ability, we explain to them, give them contact information for the former worker screening programs that are available. And so some people may develop problems after they left employment. We wouldn't know that from our data. But with that said, we do know, somewhere in here, I thought somebody might be curious. And I can tell you these numbers because they were approved earlier in the year. That we have had altogether around 260 workers have developed sensitization. Around 49, exactly 49 that we know of have developed chronic Beryllium disease. The most recent one with chronic Beryllium disease was in 2020. The most recent sensitizations were more, we had 2 or 3 per year who become sensitized, but fortunately none of them have gone on since 2020 develop the disease. And I believe that's because we removed them from further exposure and it lowers the chance of them progressing. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. I just have one really quick question. I know several of the facilities have been removed from the list as they've been demolished. Can you tell me just kind of ballpark figure of how many facilities do we have left?
Yeah, so I can give you the kind of current overview of facility statuses. There are 49 current these beryllium controlled facilities on site. There are 5 former beryllium controlled facilities that have been decontaminated but are still standing. 55 former BCFs have been demolished. 13 former BCFs have been cleared through sampling. And there are 13 that were decontaminated and then demolished. So 49 currently on site. A big chunk of those are the farms. Each farm is considered a BCF because of tank contents.
Question, Ed in the room and then Richard online. Go ahead. Okay.
So, congratulations. It sounds like your program's been very successful. I'm just trying to get a mental picture of, you started out here with 15%. Forgot but you're now down to 1%.
Non-normal blood test.
And it's that's a percentage relative to the general population of the Hanford employees.
That's percentage of the tests that are done. And each person that gets at least 1 per year, some people get more than 1.
So you're actually seeing a true, there's contributions that you say people leave the site, number of buildings are dropping. So sounds like you're kind of bottoming out on the curve regarding, and you're always going to have the de minimis level of people that show up later on, right? And you kind of have a number, you don't check the general population. So comparatively, you tell me, it sounds like you're actually, because we're going through screening, you're below the average for the general population.
I think probably not quite so fair. I don't know that the general I don't know the number of beryllium sensitized people in the general population. I'm not sure what that would be. But beryllium is a industrial hazard. So people in a variety of, it's not just the DOE, we mentioned, some of the applications of the DOE, but I'll throw out other routine uses of beryllium include high-end sporting equipment, bicycles and golf clubs, oral appliances like dentures with bridges and things. So there are other sources of beryllium, but generally it's the people doing the work that are at risk, not the general public. So I think compared to other workforces, 1% may be very comparable. It's probably higher though than the general population.
Quick horror story, my industrial hygiene professor in college died from berylliosis because he used to demonstrate how how inane the beryllium was, really like a beryllium stick of the class. And
This
later he died.
flame of fire.
Yeah, industrial hygiene. I didn't know better. Well, thank you.
Sure.
So I got a question from Richard online. We'll go to Jim and then Rob. Richard, go ahead.
I'll unmute myself. As having been identified as beryllium sensitized since 2001, and undergone many trips to National Jewish in Denver for evaluation. My question comes down to is being involved in the beryllium program early at Hanford. We had found that most of the workers that there were two categories that ended up being most likely exposed, which was the firefighters. We assumed that was from them spraying the smoke detectors and bringing beryllium down from the ceiling where it was out of sight, out of mind. And the firefighters, mostly non-sparking tool related dermatology, things of that nature. But then we had a huge spike of everybody that moved the equipment out of the, and I think it's 234 that's still standing out there at PFP, the old PFP. They moved it to the P&L, and almost everybody on that crew ended up, well, I think over 50% ended up being sensitized because that was a building that had P&L, did some self-exposures on beryllium dust in the past. And so it was highly contaminated. So I guess my question is, does the program now extend to the P&L buildings where this material was moved, or is that out of your criteria? Is that P&L's issue?
I think the quick answer is P&L is not part of our responsibilities.
Okay.
Chris, do you have one?
Yeah, they are not a member of our site-wide committees, but they do implement 10 CR 850 through their own program.
Right. Well, it was our workers that did it, but and then the next spike was associated with the demolitions in the 300 area, which was obviously the highest concentration of beryllium buildings because of the fuels operation. My personal exposure probably was 300 area, but it may have been at Rocky Flats as well. That's where I tested positive. But as far as blood tests go, I have undergone blood tests every 2 years for the last 20 some years. And it's always interesting. You get sensitized. I got the first blood test was positive, the second one was negative, and the third one was positive, or the split was positive and negative. So and then subsequent ones, borderlines and positives and things of that nature. So it's not, the blood test is not, definitive. And it's sort of like getting stung by a bee. If you're allergic, you're not. And 15% of the population has the genetic code which will make you allergic to it. 15, that's according to National Jewish. But as far as the general population, I asked that question, how much is it in the general population? And National Jewish had an interesting answer of saying that, well, we use the blood bank material for our non uh, our standard to test to see, and we've never had a hit. And so they feel that the population in general at least for Denver, is very, very low. But I guess my question comes down to is I'm surprised that there are 50 sensitized people. Are those remaining? Do you do statistics on where they were originally sensitized? Are those the truck drivers for the material being moved out of the 300 area? That's where we were seeing a spike when I last was briefed, that some of the, it was some of the people handling the waste coming out of 300 area. Have you looked at the source of those being sensitized?
I'm gonna turn to our epidemiologist to see if he has an answer to that. So let me just clarify, of the 50, 49 who were sensitized, only 9 of them are still current workers.
Oh.
What that's worth. But were those looked at historically to see what exposures might have been related to those individuals?
Previously, it was the problem with the workforce here is dynamic and job, contractor to contractor. The workers have been filling out a work history questionnaire for the last 7 or 8 years. However, it's a good tool, but it's not the best tool. Case in point is sometimes workers forget where they worked at, their job titles, and stuff like that. I purposely go into their medical records just to find out if they tested positive and did it meet our definition of being sensitized through an algorithm. So some workers were tracking very well, just because they provide better information. But going back to the work history questionnaire and your question, their job titles was not really captured correctly, just because the workers themselves do not answer that question correctly. Case in point, we look at job categories using the common occupational classification system. So a craft worker is a job. However, the worker would reply back as D&D worker. That's not a term that we use under the COCS. So job titles are kind of sketchy because just how they reply back to it. Every worker that we have seen is population level. They get seen by me through the data. They get seen by a provider individually. And that's captured in their medical records through job title. If they're prompted, if you actually speak more specific. It's a difficult subject, it's a hard subject because when a worker gets diagnosed, we know their work history here. We do not know their work history outside of Hanford because it might be an app. And the thing is, they could have been exposed somewhere else, come here, get tested, and as I say, they get popped. That's sensitized. You talk about getting sensitized, it takes 2 positive blood tests to meet that definition. Or 3 borderlines with 1 positive, 1 borderline. Because there's a positive DELPT, that's not what you're sensitized.
Yeah.
It is a hard subject, hard to tackle, but we're staying on top of it. So I hope I answer your question, just in the ramble bit.
Thanks, John. Could you hear him all right with this audio system?
Barely.
So we've reached 2:32. Do you have time to take 2 additional questions?
I'll make it quick.
Yes.
So I'm trying to better understand, if you have 100 folks working on a site, it will affect 15 of those, more readily, or the same amount of exposure over time. Some folks will be more susceptible. I hate to use sunburn, but some folks aren't going to burn, but some are. And why not refer everybody that tests positive to Denver or Cleveland?
So a couple of parts to that. First, yes. Some people, by virtue, we believe, of their heredity genetics, may be more vulnerable to develop sensitization. So you put one person who's vulnerable and one person who isn't, the same level of exposure is going to have a different consequence. The person who is vulnerable may become sensitized, the other person, for reasons that we don't fully understand, don't. So the same level can have different effects on different people. And do we send people to National Jewish for a single positive beryllium LPT? I think we wait until we are convinced that they have developed sensitization. So as was mentioned, that typically requires at least 2 non-normal tests, at which point then, of course, we would recommend that we get that outside further evaluation.
My basic, well, so Rocky Flats had a huge beryllium plant. Okay, and one of their project managers, or actually site manager, when he came to the Hanford site, really exposed us all to the idea of beryliosis. We were kind of in the dark at that time. There wasn't any site sampling being done at that time. Nobody was keeping track of their records. Everybody that we felt thought something, we sent them off to Denver. Okay, but my first question is that I think the biggest load of the beryllium had to do with fuel fabrication in the 333 building with the big hydraulic press and using the beryllium sleeves around the fuel and then pressing it out. That facility operated for almost 30 years, and that by the time we started our beryllium program, these people are retired or gone or laid off. Okay, and so there's a huge population out there that I think is unsampled, and that was brought up before. So can you give me a context of when our Hanford monitoring seriously got into this and we quit sending people over to, just when they, well, anyway, when did this program start here on our side, and what have you missed prior to this?
So, DOE, when they established the 10 CFR 850, the CBDPP regulation, that was in 1999. I believe there was a implementation period that was given to contractors to get their programs put in place and start. Bob, I don't know, was it 2005, 2006 when that kind of kicked off?
Yeah,
And
pretty
then
much. It started in 1999 and has continued to grow throughout the process. But then 2009 was the first site-wide program.
That's right.
Yeah, before 2009, each contractor had their own. So there was somewhere between 1999 and that point, contractors were making efforts. The databases are a lot better now. Like 2011, site-wide database for industrial hygiene data came into play. The site-wide program came in 2009. So there's been major improvements since then.
Yeah,
prior to 1999, it's really hard to say how much was done and how well it was.
We do have right around the time that the site-wide committees and program were established, a site-wide industrial hygiene database was put out there and accessible and used and is used by all the contractors. And the program outlines extensive requirements for sampling activities, what needs to be sampled. Any of our beryllium controlled facilities, if people are going into those zones, any support areas, lunchrooms, those sort of things are required to be sampled on a regular basis. So it's definitely robust at this point.
So Rita, my question is the period before.
Yep.
And 2009 is a good marker. We've really improved. We accept that. I know that we've issued advice recommending to DOE for this program, okay, in the past. And so I'm really grateful that this happened, but we're forgetting the people, and maybe they're gone at this point, but
maybe let me offer a slightly different look at it, which is to say in our data, the first Beryllium LPT was done in 1997. And there was clearly an increase over the next few years in terms of how many tests were done each year, up till perhaps the early 2000s when it became a little more of a steady team. So I would say anybody who left COE before 2000 may not have been recognized, which is that important point I said earlier about a former worker screening program, which still doesn't capture everyone, but that has its own life. And I remember when I was doing my residency and a faculty member at the University of Washington, we were one of the locations for the former worker screening program. And there was quite an effort at that time to at least do outreach and alert people to the availability of this program, even though they were no longer employed.
So then take Richard, for example. If he was diagnosed long before your program started, is he now in your program or is he in the program at the Jewish hospital in Denver?
He might be in our data if he was identified while he was employed at Hanford. Otherwise, and I don't know, you could tell us, but if he was screened by the former worker screening program, he would be in that database, which is shared with the headquarters DOE, and I think it's publicly available as well. But does that answer the question?
I'm one of the 50. I'm one of the 50.
But Denver wouldn't necessarily, they're not doing a registry tracking sort of an effort. But through the former worker screening program, they may be captured in that one.
There is also the Hanford Workforce Engagement Center, that's down off of G-Way, kind of by Winco. That's another resource for former workers too, if they're looking for additional information.
That screening program, by the way, if you all haven't heard about it, it's nationwide. The intent is to provide a convenient location somewhere within a 50-mile radius of any former workers, residents, where they can go and get the screening testing that we might offer here on site, but similar sort of evaluation.
Chair. Josh is getting off with your here. I think more of this. This is one of the presentation. I think more of this.
But glad it was helpful.
Sorry, what?
Are there any more questions?
I don't.
Anybody else in the queue?
Nobody else thank you. Are there any closing thoughts you'd like to share?
No, I'm really excited to be here. I think we're going to be reinvigorating our connect throughout the University of Washington, where I did my training. We'll be reconnecting with them in this coming period of time. Dr. Lauer still has a faculty appointment there, so we're going to be I think hopefully a good resource. If you have questions, we're happy to try to address them. Please, through the chair, we can get those addressed.
Thank you guys for the presentation.
Could I just add one more thing? Hanford.gov has a wealth of information on Beryllium, including current facility status, and it would show demolition buildings that had previous issues with Beryllium, that sort of thing. So, and it has contacts, so former workers can find people that they can reach out to as well. So Hanford.gov, Beryllium, Hanford Beryllium, Google search will get you there. So.
Again, thank you guys. We've been asking for this update for probably, I want to say probably 3 years, so it's a little overdue.
Happy to, and anytime you come up with more specific topics that we can share, we'll do that.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Yeah. We're hoping to see the
So we have a little over 15 minutes for committee business. How would you like to spend that?
Well, I definitely would like to go over the response. Response to our advice on traffic safety advice that was passed in September. There are copies of it up there if you not have a copy of it or, aren't familiar with it, I'm going to read it.
Benefits associated. Copies of the response and the advice associated with. Makes me a refresher. Those that have read it, what did you think?
Can you grab two of those? Can you grab two of those? Rob needs it.
Chris, grab one for Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Give you some time to read through it, or if you have read through it, I'd just like to have a discussion about, I know how I feel about it, or I don't really know. Anyone else?
You can read it.
Huh?
Go ahead and read it for discussion.
I am leaving it. I'm
Well, I
asking
mean-
how everybody else felt about how, you know, we think this is sufficient, sufficient response. To me, it seems like really, you know, we've asked for some improvements to the road, you know, the widening, make it 4 lanes instead of 2, which would alleviate a whole lot of these problems. It seems like to me it's, well, we put reader boards up and videos, which does not get rid of the real, you know, put Band-Aids on it. Or you show me a video, it's not gonna, still not gonna stop the congestion at the white barricade. You know, it's still not gonna stop when you get through the white barricade, you're down to 1 lane each way. And if there's an accident, this morning, case in point, I went out there this morning for President Zero Accident Council meeting, which started at 6:30. We left the 300 area, down at the end of the Cheatway down here, and left there at 5:35. Which typically should probably only take you about 20 minutes to get out to our east area where this meeting was being held. We got there at 6:35. Traffic was at a dead stop because there was fog. And, you know, some crazy passing and crazy people didn't want to sit and wait. And, you know, then once you get through the barricade, then you're at, you know, 1 lane. So, the president of the company even said he was late this morning trying to get there from his office, you know, in Richland. So, you know, it's just with the added traffic and things like that, it seems like, yeah, they have a zipper merge lane, you know, I mean, we could go through these, you know, law enforcement agency, increased patrols. And you're not giving anybody a ticket when they're sitting at a dead standstill, you know what I mean? Like some of this is, your reader boards are nice, you know, to warn you if there's an elk strike or if there's an accident. But really what we're trying to alleviate is the bottlenecking barricade and that where the roads aren't safe enough to even pull off to the side of the road if there is an issue, you know, mechanical problem, you have an accident. And the engineering study said that those roads needed to be improved.
I'm just talking out loud here like I usually do. Maybe the point that I'm hearing from you is there's a cost effectiveness to having the road. It's a lot of loss of time and traffic given the conditions it is. Question to ask is, if you were to accept this recommendation, does that have an overall increase in effectiveness of the Hanford sites, use of personnel, cost? Put that kind of a spin on it, saying, you know, you might save some money. Not only just safer, money on expanding so people can move back and forth more efficiently. That's just a thought. They're money oriented people. So costs. Additional costs. Recommendations.
No, it just, yeah.
Mia, what are your thoughts on
It feels like they read what our advice was about, like traffic safety, and they responded to that topic without having read what we actually put in the advice. And our sense, we communicated the sense of urgency about the WTP operations. We had a lot of specific points that they completely ignored. And gives me the sense that they didn't even read it. They just saw that the HAB wrote about traffic safety and responded with some random information that of things they're doing without actually giving us a response to the advice.
Oh, I think they read it. I think it's just a classic response, non-committal.
As a DOE, I used to write responses like this.
Yeah.
I know that.
I
Fine, running.
I take exception to the fact they're blaming, first of all, they're blaming it on the people. Okay, the second thing is they're gonna overload people with corporate programs. Okay, to make sure that they keep them in, including ratting them to their boss. Okay, and then the very last, well, a portion of the road can be configured. I mean, we're asking for them to actually, our presentation was bringing the whole lane. And they were looking for logistics on how to do that and not upset traffic. Whatever happened to that?
You can put as many reader boards and telemetry and government vehicles and show videos all day long. But that doesn't fix the problem. And the answer to this Route 2S and a portion of Route 11A have been reconfigured from a 4-lane. That's true. They did. They reconfigured it. We went from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes. That's the old river road out there. The problem is it's still an issue because there's nowhere to pull off to the side of the road. There's a huge median in between the 2 lanes now that's gravel. And so now what you've got is people driving the speed limit, can't move over if there's someone behind them. So now they're going out into the median, into this gravel at 70, 75 miles an hour, trying to passing vehicles, because there is no pull off. And that's the reason why they did that in the first place, to make it safer. So there was a place to pull off. And now there's no place to pull off. So, I mean, they made the situation, the road is really nice. It's nice and smooth, But as far as safe, I don't feel safe driving it. I was driving it and I had a car behind me and there was nowhere for me to go. There's no shoulder on those roads.
But it states that it did increase the safety shoulder.
Places.
But that's the lie.
Yeah, no, we didn't. It's a lie. I'm sorry.
Our presentation from the traffic people mentioned that roughly 7,000, 8,000 people drive that road a day. And the road is only designed for 3,000 cars a day. And so it's totally under-designed. And yeah, blaming the people, but how do you do that?
So was the road designed for buses back in the
Oh, when they went through a demonstration, they showed us how they rate the roads and the degradation of the road surface. And they have, 2A and 3B and all these categories in there. And they say normally you would start resurfacing and repaving at the level of, and we're way below. And they basically told us that the road's falling apart. It's yeah. It was kind of on deaf ears.
Right, responsible.
That is the next question. Do you feel like this, do you need to follow up on this response? Are there next steps for this?
It's still in process of being done at this point.
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is, we know this is suggestions, that they've done something, not sure what. Are they finished? Are there still things to do, they're planning to do? We know that.
Well, they told us right here what they have done. They're gonna do, I mean. It's, yeah. They said it's like $11 million. I'm on the Hanford Sidewalk Traffic Safety Committee as well, so since $11 million, they don't have $11 million to do that. So in 5 years, they're gonna do it, and in 5 years, in the out years, with inflation and all that, it'll be like $22 million. So, I mean, you could do it now for 11, or, wait 5 years and hopefully get $22 million to do it. But in the meantime, we still got workers trying to get back and forth to work safely.
So just thinking out loud, maybe try and go to the Washington Department of Highway for funding, go to the federal government. It doesn't necessarily have to be this one singular path through DOE. I don't know. But maybe just some little outside of that.
That was DOE land.
But it's roads.
Right, it's
So,
Department of
some of it.
Transportation.
If you go back to the presentation in her website, you'll see a pretty clear understanding of what they felt the conditions of the roads were substandard. That's what they told us, and we're just repeating it to the DOE, saying your people told us this. You gotta do something.
Richard, what are your thoughts on this?
We've had a lot of discussion over the last couple of years about the adequacy of responses to our advice. We have had a lot of discussion about this, and I think there's general agreement that basically the responses are quite often inadequate. And I think this is a classic example. Our advice emphasized widening the road. That took up a majority of this advice, and the response did not mention it in one way, shape, or form. So in that respect, I think the advice was inadequate. And all these safety things are good, but it didn't address the heart and soul of this advice that we got that was written. And I think it would be worthwhile responding back in some way, shape, or form to that. Yeah, I mean, if they say we don't have the money, that's fine. They've at least addressed the issue. If they say it's gonna happen 5 years from now, they might not like it, but they addressed the issue. But they didn't address the issue in their response. And to me, that's not acceptable.
So,
Richard has his hand up.
Yeah, so we have 3 minutes left in the meeting. Kelly has a hard stop at 3. Cannot go beyond that.
What's that?
So we have a hard stop at 3 o'clock. That's Kelly's departure. So we have Richard and Q. What are your thoughts?
I just want to jump in and say, yeah, they didn't advise, but I will come back and remember the discussions we had. My original advice was much shorter, sweeter, and to the point. I think that's something we as a committee need to learn, that keep the advice direct so that they can't, we gave them too much fluff up front, which they used to give us fluff back. I think it's unfortunate they didn't start the planning or the NEPA or any of the other aspects that has to happen before they even can start putting it out for bid. So, and that doesn't take $11 million to do that. It's actually people on staff that they're paying any. So I guess I'm very disappointed and maybe appropriate to have advice, which is very simple to the point that you didn't address our concern. So, okay.
Agree. So, so I propose, and, let me know if it's something that you all want to do. I propose then that we, draft up another piece of advice, and hopefully it doesn't take them 3 months to get back to us again. It took 3 months to get us back this, that didn't even address what the issue was, so.
Take a look at that slide deck presentation. Where we send anything back, we can be more specific.
The slide deck?
Yeah, that'd be PowerPoint presentation that you guys gave us at the presentation on traffic.
That was for traffic safety.
Yeah.
That was,
Well, the guy's giving us how the roads are.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's got the action to draft a piece of advice? Response. To start the draft.
I can start it.
Okay.
I'll start it. Richard, you still there?
Here. I can start it again.
Oh, Richard can start it.
Okay. We've got an action assigned.
Okay, we have an action assigned.
There's one other thing you can do too. Might consider looking at this advice topic for site infrastructure for priority on widening it. Think about, can we strengthen this some way? So it can't be ignored.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
I think it's a good thing to put it on the priority list. Because it is a priority.
It is on the priority list.
I know, no, I'm just saying is that, and strengthen the wording in the priority list.
Yeah, we can work on that too.
That will follow up on the next meeting planning at next week's steering committee call. And we have reached 3 o'clock on the dot. Kelly, would you like to close this out?
It's been a really productive day. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much for your time. And I do apologize for my hard stop, but I have to now go put on my mom hat and pick up my kids from school or they will be stranded. So thank you so much for your time.
Kelly.
Bye-bye.
With that, the meeting is concluded. Please remember to return your badges. If you are joining us for tomorrow's subcommittee meetings, we'll be meeting in the same place.